once. I've been here once.
So stunned, I couldn't remember.
We'll be live in 10 seconds, councillors and staff. Morning, councillors, staff and members of the gallery. Good to see you here again. We have our December ordinary meeting, and I'll just hand over to Councillor Debrah to do the acknowledgement.
We would like to acknowledge the traditional owners and custodians of this land, Cubby Cubby, on which this event is taking place. We would like to acknowledge the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people and their ongoing connection to the land, sea and community. We pay respects to the elders past, present and emerging. We also extend that respect to all other people present.
Thank you. I'll now hand over to Father Adrian Farrell from Catholic Church, who will pass on a few words of wisdom and then lead in prayer before we have a minute's silence to remember the deceased residents.
Thanks very much. Good to be here. I was thinking, this is the last prayer for the year, I think, for your meetings. And I'd been talking with some friends, and over the years, without being an alcoholic myself, I've been a companion of people in AA, and they are some of the most down-to-earth people. When they follow the program, it's one of the, if you've never looked at the 12 steps of the AA program, have a look at it. It's one of the best recipes for mental, emotional, physical well-being you can find. That what they do, it's interesting that they, if you ever go to an open AA meeting where they, you've got to be invited if you're not an alcoholic, right? But they always begin with, I'm Adrian, I'm an alcoholic, I have been sober for many tens, hundreds of days. They always measure everything in days because they make a promise, they only make a promise at the start of every day, I will not have a drink today. I may have a drink tomorrow, but today, for this next 16 to 18 hours, I won't have a drink. Because they reckon they can handle for one day, which if you thought you had to do it for your lifetime, you'd be back on the grog as soon as, quick as a wink, right? So I thought, this is, and of course what they did in going the day thing, they just pinched something Jesus said, that, look, just take one day at a time, yesterday's gone, tomorrow hasn't come, focus on that, and I thought, well, if it's good enough for him, well then it's good enough for us. And I'm sure he didn't mind that AA kind of picked it up and ran with it, right? So, one of the things that is associated with AA is serenity prayer. And so I ran off copies, and I thought we might just have that as our prayer. It's a great prayer because it puts your work in focus, it puts your life in focus, and we're often trying to bite off more than we can chew, and we get all frustrated, and you realise all the upset. I was just talking to Hillary here that when you're driving on the road and those people you don't know are trying to kill you, like complete strangers, you think, well, you're putting my life at risk, but they do. And so, you make at times words to yourself, or you say God is in heaven, or whatever, make rude signs at them, and you think, what does it do? Doesn't do much at all, only upsets you. So I thought those of you who'd like just to pray along with me as we pray the Serenity Prayer at the start of your meeting, because there's probably sometimes gnashing of teeth in here as well, and you get all upset and hot and bothered. So those of you who'd like to join in, please do. God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Living one day at a time, enjoying one moment at a time, accepting hardship as the pathway to peace. Taking as he did this sinful world as it is, not as I would have it. Trusting that he will make all things right if I surrender to his will, that I may be reasonably happy in this life and supremely happy with him forever in the next. Amen. So I pray that you all have a great time celebrating Christmas, however you do it, that there's peace upon all here in the council, that there's peace across our whole community and everything else, especially peace in our families, that the words we speak to each other will always be words that build up without destroying. And we make this prayer through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Thank you. We'll all rise. We'll have those who can have 1 minute silence to remember and reflect on those that have recently passed away in our region. Thank you. Thank you, Father, for your wisdom. Sorry, we always appreciate it.
I think I'm the December prayers, but I'll see you then. Trust the meeting goes well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any disclosures of interest, councillors? Councillor Smurton?
Item 6.4, Mr Mayor.
Anyone else?
8.1.
Anyone else? No? Great. There's no apologies or leave of absence. We have a confirmation of minutes from last meeting. Councillor Smurton to move. Councillor Polley to second. All those in favour? Against? Carried. We have a petition before us, item 4.1, in relation to fluoride in our water. We have a recommendation there, councillors. Councillor Smooth to move. Councillor Devray to second. All those in favour? Against? So, all in favour bar Councillor Waldock. So Councillor Waldock is against. Item 6.1, Council ordering meetings for the first quarter of 2024. And over to Mr Lewis and Ms Hatch.
Good morning, councillors. I'll just hand over to Ms Hatch to run through the meeting.
Good morning, Mr Mayor, councillors and all present. This report is to set out some proposed meeting dates for the first quarter of 2024. Under the regulation, council must have at least, or by resolution, one meeting a month and publish that list of meetings. In doing so, coming up to the upcoming elections, we also need to keep in mind caretaker provisions, and the caretaker period starts when the notice of the election is announced, and the tentative date for that is the 29th of January. In the report, it outlines a list of proposed dates. I will take those dates as read. Are there any questions or amendments to that schedule?
Any questions, councillors? It's straightforward. No questions. We have a recommendation there before us. Councillor Devray to move. Councillor Stewart to second. Councillor Devray to speak.
Nothing to add?
Councillor Stewart.
All good, they've fixed it up.
Two speakers for the recommendation. Any speakers against? Any speakers for? Councillor Deborah to close.
Nothing to add.
With that, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Item 6.2, November financial report. Mr. Lewis and Catherall.
Through Mr Mayor, this report summarises council's financial performance to the end of November. I'll hand over to Ms Hatherall to update council on that financial performance, and we have a response to Councillor Deborah's question on notice as well in relation to the labour variance.
Mr Mayor and councillors, this is our regular monthly finance report. You can see from the report that we are continuing to track slightly ahead of where we forecast for the year. Variation explanations are provided for income, operational expenditure. Our capital program, at the moment our revenue for capital is quite high compared to our actual forecast. Our actual expenses are tracking along where we thought they would be, noting that the voluntary buyback has really ramped up and we're spending quite some significant funds on that, but that is 100% refund or subsidy coming back from Queensland Reconstruction Authority. If there's any questions?
Any questions, Councillor? Councillor Polly?
Of course, I need a question. Just general interest, the over outstanding rates, 9.86, 9.89, I've noticed over the years, it's uncannily consistent, which just makes me think, is this the same people? Or, no, is it just a churn of people always late, and yet it just happens to be 9.8% every year? Just a general.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I think it's pure coincidence. We monitor the outstanding rates balances. We follow up with our rates collection for outstanding rate balances as per our policy. And it just so happens that if there are the continuing outstanding debts in particular assessments, there is that process where we come to you with potential sale of land procedures. So
No, it's just because if it was different people, well, that's one thing, but if it's the same people, obviously that's a trigger to go, we need to sort something out with these people, but it is just different people all the time.
through you, Mr Mayor, that is the trigger that we come back to council if they're continuing outstanding over 3 years. We come back to the records.
Yep.
We tend to keep a close eye on the management of these to try and help residents pay, and we offer long-term and short-term payment plans.
Any other questions, councillors? Sorry, Mr. Lewis.
The best practice would indicate that our estimate rates should be around 2 to 3%. So we actively work with those ratepayers who have outstanding balances to try and get them back into the threshold that we would like to see that.
Would you call that hardcore non-payers? Because I know when I see the reports of those who are like really bad, that's only very few.
Right. Yep.
So some are just slow.
I guess we can make it you manage their debts within their capacity to pay. We did have a response to Councillor Deborah's question on notice to Mr Mayor, if you'd like to provide that now as well.
That'd be great, thanks.
So Councillor Deborah asked why the variance in employee costs. So that's primarily relating to some termination payments of 317,000, 319,000 for increased overtime for reactive maintenance activities, an increase in our workers' compensation premiums of 262,000. We've got a legal liability increase of 322, noting that variance will mitigate down over the Christmas period. And we've got an increase in employee costs in GRID of 446,000, but that's also offset by a reduction in materials and services. So that's what makes up the cost variance in employee costs.
Thanks.
Any other questions, Councillor Jensen?
The finance documents that we adopted in October, the capital detail, there's an extra column here today of forecasted financial year expenditure.
That we're trying to move to better practice financial management and disclose our financial position or our estimated financial position. So that is reported to council annually at or quarterly, through a workshop through Mr O'Byrne's directorate. But those figures reflect where we believe we will be at 30th of June. If you note, we're also trying to do that in our operating results as well.
There's some pretty excessive amounts in here, like 400,000 for a ramp on a hall.
And the Burt Street bubbler is going to be 5.5 mil.
500,000 for a fountain.
No, $5,433,787.
What is that?
The Burt Street Park vision for a drinking fountain.
Through you, Mr Mayor, we'll have a look at that one.
I think that might be a typo, that one.
I thought we running a separate pipe all the way out.
It's a big buffalo.
Is that the dam?
Through you, Mr Mayor, the reports are quite often manually updated for these numbers, and the forecast is a new column, as you pointed out.
We'll take that on notice and we'll provide an update
Yep.
subsequent to the council meeting today with an updated schedule.
Councillor Deborah?
Thank you. Those figures you gave me for the question on notice, we will get that in writing, won't we?
Yes.
I was trying to keep up and I couldn't.
It'll come through
Thank you.
our governance team.
Through you, Mr Mayor, the employee cost is not just wages though, it is things like insurance, premiums.
Workers' comp, yeah.
That sort of stuff.
Yeah, my concern was that we were supposed to have taken it all into account and then we seem to be blowing out, and I didn't quite understand why. So, I do have a question on accommodation. So we've got here John Street office accommodation upgrade. The word accommodation is, like most people, when they see that, will think a bedroom, you know,
I can tell you
that
that
sort
it's
of
not
thing.
chairs.
I know it's not, but I'm just saying it's a bit ambiguous. So,
Through you, Mr Mayor, we'll have a conversation with the team that works
Thank
with
you.
the capital program.
I would like to know, we're talking about an extra column. One thing I would find really handy is for, if the money's grants rather than money that's coming out of ratepayer money, I would really like to know, because I'm less concerned with the grant money because it's been applied for, it's for a specific reason, whereas ratepayer money is more.
We can include that column.
That would be wonderful. Thank you very much. And I also, flood sign storage. What are we, and it's 5,000. What are we talking about there, please?
Storing signs.
Sorry?
Storing signs.
Yes, but why is there the additional cost? I don't
Because
understand.
during a flood, one of the things we found last year was that we ran out of signs.
Yeah.
And I think the team have identified that we need to actually have.
I totally, not only do I get it,
Yeah.
I agree, we absolutely need it. Are we hiring a storage shed or something?
Through you, Mr Mayor, we will check up on that one. It could be a container, it could be racking that we've
Container would make sense.
purchased.
Yeah.
Racking.
Thank you very much.
And in relation to your bubble, I think it should be 5,400.
So it's back to a small buckle.
Yeah.
We're going to get the Treasury House.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Mill?
Mr Mayor, I did note a little concerning thing. It kind of highlights in the graph that we have here. It's usually nice and even, and it almost looks like a crash going down. And it's in the report that it noted that our unrestricted cash balance is below the benchmark now. But you're looking at the next budget review and really analysing, is it those, what we're paying out of our cash, what we can actually, how we can stay above that benchmark in the next budget review. So that's going to come.
Yep.
Yep.
Through you, Mr Mayor, part of the cash reconciliation, we're identifying some of the projects have actually been delivered, so we need to clean up that.
An example of that would be sewage pump stations. The trunk infrastructure solution, funding those from restricted cash.
It's
Infrastructure charges rather than unrestricted cash. So Kevin her team will work with Graham and his to determine which projects we can call up our infrastructure charges to fund.
Councillor?
As a supplement, so basically it's an accounting treatment for actually getting the right funding from the right sources.
It is, but I guess there is an underlying issue that our unrestricted cash is not accounted for.
Yeah, Councillor Deborah?
Thank you. I've got a question through the Mayor. Grant application, Jones Hill Detailed Design. Now, the the amount in the budget looks to be 2.6 mil. Is that what it costs to do a design up for a water treatment plant?
Through you, Mr Mayor, the budget may include other stages of that.
I wondered if that was the case.
So I guess, through you, Mr Mayor, the intent of the financial report is just to disclose our financial position, our estimated forecast. So as Mr O'Byrne has tried to put in place, we're trying to report our capital delivery on a quarterly basis to council, where we're hoping to have these detailed discussions. So this report is really just to update council on financial performance against estimated budgets and our estimated position, rather than to go into a detailed discussion on individual projects.
It's a great opportunity, though.
It is, it does present a great opportunity.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions, councillors? I have a recommendation there before us. Someone to move. Councillor Stewart, Councillor Polly to second. Councillor Stewart to speak.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, it's good to see our financial position remains reasonably strong, even though the cash reserve's gone down a bit, but it's also pleasing to look at how we fund our capital works, whether it comes out of infrastructure charges or not. That would help address that issue. But yeah, generally healthy, generally on track, so that's very good. Thank you.
Councillor Polly.
Well, it wouldn't be an ordinary general meeting without me making a comment on the finances, would it? Mr Mayor, as you know, budgets are a very nebulous thing, and it probably grinds Mr Lewis to hear me say it's nebulous, but that's what it is. But it's good to see the reality is things are on the up. Everything is doing better than the budget, so it's good to see. I'm only mildly concerned that's not reported here is the one thing that I haven't seen change is our forecast on the growth rate of where Gympie's going, because I think that is way on the up and up over what we've actually budgeted on that. So, but anyway, either way, it's a good report. Glad to see where we're at and happy to second the motion.
2 speakers for the recommendation. Any speakers against? Any other speakers for? Councillor Stewart to close.
The point about the forecast on growth rate is relevant in that it shows up in that our rate revenue is higher than expected.
Yes.
But whether we can predict that in the future better would be a good thing. So I'm happy to move.
With that, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Item 6.3, procurement report, November 2023. Second time round.
Over to you, Deb.
Mr Mayor and councillors, this is our regular report to you in relation to the procurement activities that need to come to council to resolve. We have recommendations in relation to creation of 2 preferred supplier arrangements, one for traffic management and one for agricultural chemical products, and there's a further recommendation in relation to the works that are happening at John Street for the water, wastewater and John Street office. The contract has found some variations. There's a 10% variation, and that actually pushes that total project slightly over the financial obligation. Councillors, if you have any questions.
Any questions, Councillor? Councillor Polly?
Page 21. Nothing much. Like just looking at the total scores, I'm just out of general interest. Is that out of 10? Like 7.9 out of 10? It would be the highest score.
Yes.
That's how it's working. So, and I remember last time I sort of queried why we have this rating system, and then everybody, despite their scoring, made it into the thing. I thought that's a bit weird, but anyhow, that's fine. But I was just wondering, is there a point where, you know, like at school they failed? Like if it was less than 5 out of 10, maybe we shouldn't be using them. But
through you, Mr Mayor, these are actual scores which we put on panels. So these are the panel arrangements. If they comply with all the requirements of panels, we put them on. This is around being able to procure in an effective manner, and occasionally some of them that may score higher may not be available. So,
Through you, Mr Mayor, but you are correct. If someone came at it as a 2 or 3, they wouldn't proceed.
well, that's what I was thinking. At what point is that? Like we're not going to call them because they're just going to be shoddy workmanship at the end of the day. So is there a 5 out of 10, or is it, well, you're saying it's 2 or 3 out of 10? It's
Well,
quite-
it would be up to the panel.
Oh, right.
The panel to recommend.
Through you, Mr Mayor, it would be discretionary according to the panel. Because they're the ones that see the detailed applications, so it would be on their discretion.
Basically, with these two panels, all conforming tenders have been.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Smith?
The three preferred suppliers we've got for chemicals, are they all local companies?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I believe they have local presence, but I haven't checked in terms of whether they are locally owned.
I just noticed that Norco didn't supply a conforming tender. Was that discussed with them before tenders closed, or?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I'm not sure, I wasn't on the panel.
It's just that Norco is a local company which employs local people, but I just, wonder sometimes, I know I looked up one of these companies and I couldn't find any local representative. Closest I could find was down the coast somewhere, but I just think we should, as a council, try and give our local companies a better chance.
Any other questions, councillors?
Sorry, through you, Mr Mayor, we do try to do that through our valuation scores, where there's a component of our valuations that preferences or gives a leg up to local suppliers. I guess that doesn't address it if they're non-conforming, but we do endeavour to promote local industry wherever possible.
Councillor Devereux?
Thank you. Through the Mayor, the CEO discretion is $500,000, is that right?
Through Mr Mayor, the delegation is $500,000, but there is an existing delegation or a variation that has been put in place by some time ago that limits the variance to 5% of whatever the contract value is.
So,
As soon as it goes over that 500 and it exceeds the CEO's delegation.
I have some questions around, so is $500,000 exclusive of GST?
Through you, Mr Mayor, yes.
Okay, because I do note that without the variation, it's just under the $500,000, and then with the variation, it's over. So it just, I just have some concerns that we weren't costed correctly or something. Is that not the case?
I think in this case, I think it's unexpected variances to the contract. I think it was to do with some of the footings and the other issues with the building.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, councillors?
Well, sorry, Mr Mayor, but noting that we are seeing across the board significant increases in our cost
I have noticed.
contracts, the cost of our inputs in relation to materials and services. So some jobs are coming in well in excess of what we believe were realistic estimates.
Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Stewart?
Mr Mayor, just in response to Councillor Smith earlier on, Norco, further information was requested of Norco according to the report, which they didn't provide.
Yeah, I saw that.
We have 3 recommendations there before us, council. Someone to move and second recommendation 1. Councillor Fredman, Councillor Stewart second, Councillor Fredman speak.
You need traffic control, Mr Mayor. Sometimes I think traffic control costs more than the job itself, but that's life in this modern world.
Councillor Stewart?
Having suffered traffic control for the last 3 years because of the bypass, I'm sort of used to it. Anyway, yes, happy to second.
2 speakers for the recommendation, 3 speakers against, the other speakers for. Councillor Fredman to close.
Nothing to add.
That will go to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Recommendation 2 in relation to the preferred supplier arrangements for agricultural chemical products. Someone to move. Councillor Mill, Councillor Waldock to second, Councillor Mill to speak.
Well, we need these chemicals and the suppliers have gone through the process. I know we would like local, but if they don't go through the process, then we have these ones that are passed. So happy to move that we establish the preferred suppliers.
Councillor Waldock.
What I like about this, with the valuation, where we've got the criteria of price, weighting, 40% RARA, down to local benefits, we have 15%, which is a lot higher than what we normally get, which is fantastic. And we're investing back into those who support us with rates and whatnot. So happy to second.
2 speakers for the recommendation, any speakers against? Any other speakers for? Councillor Milne to close.
Nothing further to add.
We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried, thank you. Recommendation 3, in relation to the contract variation. Someone to move? Councillor Fredman, Councillor Milne to second. Councillor Fredman speak.
This is essential. It's probably a low-cost option, but it's one of our core businesses, and it's we have to do it.
Councillor Milne?
Oh, the report outlines where the variations come from, so I'm comfortable with the variation.
2 speakers for the recommendation, any speakers against? Any other speakers for? Councillor Fredman to close.
Nothing to add.
That will go to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried, thank you. Now, item 6.4, I believe Councillor Smurden has a declaration to make.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. My councillor actually is an employee of the Cho Society, works in admin. So I put it to the councillors whether that excludes me from discussion.
I feel you can handle it.
I think so. I can't see how it would affect it in any way, how I would vote.
Have a declaration made by Councillor Smurden in relation to item 6.4. Are there any questions from councillors before? No. We have a, is there someone to move? Councillor Fredman, Councillor Devereux, second that Councillor Smurden stay in the room. I'll just get that down. Councillor Fredman to speak.
I can't for the life of me see how an employee can be affected by the outcome of this decision. So I support Councillor Smurden remaining in the room.
Councillor Devereux.
Happy to have him stay in the room.
2 speakers for the recommendation, any speakers against?
Clarify, she's an employee, she's not part of the administrative body as such, right?
No, she's
Staff.
staff member.
Okay.
Councillor Milne.
No, clarification on the question is it prescribed a declarable interest? So
Pardon?
you're declaring an interest, not a prescribed interest?
Declaring interest, yeah.
That declarable interest. I'm just saying because you do have a close associate and it is a sponsorship, it might be a prescribed interest.
Sorry, I can't understand you.
Because it is a close associate, we're talking about a sponsorship, it might be a prescribed interest.
We don't discuss work, her work. So she goes to work, comes home.
I'm for your benefit.
Pardon?
For your benefit to clarify what kind of interest it is, have you saw? It is. I think it is.
It's also down declarable.
It's talking about a sponsorship.
So definitely close this.
It's in declarable as well.
Also the involvement in the organisation.
But is she involved with
It's more
sponsorships, grants, writing, or is she a planner?
You said, I mean,
Well, is it anyone in trouble?
I think you go. Yep.
You look down at declarable, the first thing is your spouse's, it's a, oh, I see, it's not partner. Gotcha. But it's,
Isn't that the same?
but it's more the pub test, it's not, there's not actually a conflict, I don't think. It's more of a pub test, just saying,
It's up to him to decide. I just thought I'd raise it.
I'm quite happy to leave, I don't care. It's, you know,
not change.
clear the councillors.
Is there really going to be an OIA if you got that one wrong? At least you tried to declare it.
Well, it's up to councillor Smurden to decide.
Is there OIAs?
It's his decision.
No,
Whatever he
just put
decides.
it to the board.
No,
So
he's
that's-
deciding what type of input it is. And then,
Yeah.
we act on that.
So
Yeah, so it's a decision, not our decision. I just trying to clarify which one it is.
Obviously, you could probably investigate, investigation.
Yeah. Well, if I don't say anything,
As you, we get in trouble with
then I'm
saying
in
that.
trouble. So,
General consensus.
it's your decision, councillor Smurden.
Yeah, he's decided. Spouse either.
If you leave this time, we might be able to write to
Depends
the
what he declares.
some governing body to say next time what's the go. Because it's not this that's the problem, it's any other things that we wrote there.
Not a problem, I'll leave you to it.
Yeah.
Is it declared? What interest
It'll
is
save the ratepayer a lot of money. Thank you, Gil.
declarable?
I think it's an
Prescribed.
A sponsorship arrangement is for in-kind and relates to the show. But understand your decision in the circumstance.
What he said. We have it recorded?
Save money and time in the long run.
It's not like she's actually on the committee
No.
or,
But if he writes to a governing body to say, do I have a prescribed interest, at least next time you'll know. You'll have something in writing.
Anyway,
Oh, in trouble.
it's all open to translation.
Have you done the right thing?
Yeah, but I don't hear, is
Right.
it declared or described? What did he say?
He declared it.
He's declared?
Yes.
No, it's got to get recorded.
It's changed to prescribed.
No, well, he's got to declare or describe, you've got to say it.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Done that by leaving.
No, you can't just leave.
You can leave anyway.
No, but you've got to declare which one it is.
He'll come back.
No, it's his process. Sorry.
Yeah.
Shouldn't have
that's
said
fine.
nothing.
That's fine.
No,
but
I didn't say nothing.
They're not people so worry about you. Get it.
Well, I know the
People rather than
legislation,
describing
I don't
the
say
rules,
anything,
yeah,
and
Overreact.
I get in trouble.
Yeah, that's right. It's all tricky.
Okay, to the letter of the law, I just declare I've got a prescribable conflict of interest and we'll leave the room. Okay?
explain what it is too. That you have a spouse that works.
I have a fiance who works for the Show Society and admin, an employee, but that's,
Thank you. Councillors, I'll hand over to Mr Lewis.
Through Mr Mayor, and I know, I Ms Bailey, our new manager engagement. This report seeks council endorsement of a sponsorship arrangement for the Gympie Show for 2024 of $40,000 in cash and $40,000 in kind services. Last financial year, the show received around $50,000 cash plus in kind services. As council would know, the budget was changed for the 23-24 financial year so that the majority of our sponsorships arrangements went into our grant funding pool to try and create equitable funding across community groups within the organisation, noting that there are some outstanding or standalone arrangements, principally with items or bodies such as the Gympie Muster, which receives roughly $100,000 of cash and sponsorship and $50,000 in kind. The Gympie Show Society applied for a grant in the last round and were unsuccessful because they couldn't demonstrate a financial need for the dollars, given that the success of the 2023 show. The Show Society has then approached council seeking a sponsorship arrangement. and arguing on the basis of the dollars that were given to the Gympie Muster that they provide a similar, if not greater, economic impetus into the Gympie region. And as this approach is outside of our current guidelines, officers felt that we needed to bring it to council for endorsement. We are aware that there are a number of other bodies that will be also seeking council sponsorship of events in the future. And what we are looking to do is fund, if successful, we will fund this program through some of our grants funds and reduce the grants pool in the next round of funding to accommodate the additional sponsorship arrangements that we believe may be coming to council for endorsement early in the next financial year. Early in the new calendar year.
Any questions, councillors? Councillor Devereux.
Thank you. Through the Mayor, how much do we normally give the Show Society?
Last financial year we gave them about 50,000 in cash and in kind, and the year before that the show was cancelled, so they didn't hold it.
Okay.
So I believe the normal dollars, I'm only going off memory here, so I could be wrong, was around 25 to 30,000.
Are you shaking?
That was 40 last year.
That's
Great.
true.
No, it was, yeah, that was an anomaly.
Mr Mayor, on top of those figures mentioned, there's also a line in the report saying that we provide maintenance as well.
Yes.
That's your income.
So, in fact, our sponsorship effectively is even more than that.
Yeah, through Mr Mayor, the 40,000 is for basically for fee waivers. What we do prior to each show, we have done for a number of years, is we go through the facility and look to address any maintenance issues that may come up. Last year, we looked at resurfacing some of the internal roads.
So they're things that probably would have to be done anyway.
That's right.
The show triggers us doing it.
That's right. So they're not above and beyond what we would normally do.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Milne.
It's got the venue hire. So, and it was the 40,000 they got last year plus I think it's for 10. So are we saying they were getting paying last time?
Sorry.
No, that's all.
Yeah.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Good morning, councillors. Good morning, gallery. There's 80,000 in terms of the request for this for next year. That's 40,000 for venue hire and 40,000 for a sponsorship, which is a multi-pronged sponsorship. So we will be sponsoring the arena. Is that what?
No, the question was, there was 10. What did we waive last year in terms of
So it was a
venue hire?
14,000 venue hire, but unfortunately the workings on the venue hire weren't correct. So they weren't increased year on year. So the venue hire of the 40,000 that you see is correct, whereas in the previous one.
So basically we understated the in-kind support last financial year. So basically what the Show Society is asking for is 40, as Smart indicated, is 40,000 in cash. Then we're giving them 40,000 in kind because we're shutting their venue for effectively 15 days, the pavilion. So that restricts our internal services. So what we do is really basically an accounting term. We basically forgive that revenue, that 15 days.
Councillor Devereux, then Councillor Cole.
Oh, no, that's right. So just to clarify what you said, I think if we approve this, you're going to modify the future grants funding, so it's not actually costing council overall anymore.
That's what we're intending to do.
Right. So I suppose I'm just slightly concerned because you said they actually failed in their original applications because their P&L proved that they didn't need the money, so it's profitable. I sort of get why. I get why council should support something to get it off the ground and make it happen, make it a success. And probably during COVID or whatever, when things were tough, that's fine. But now they're up and running. So their only reasoning is, oh, we gave them money, you should give us money too. And so I'm a bit about that. So
Well, I guess one of their arguments that they presented to us was we're not pushing the muster through the same grant process that you're forcing us to.
Okay, yep.
And their argument is that they provide just as much economic stimulus to the local economy as the Gympie muster.
Yep, all right. And I would agree with that.
There's sure. Contribution from council.
Yeah, I know.
Through you, Mr Mayor, just responding to that question also, the year before there was a $105,000 loss. So, and in terms of, if you look at the actual budget, the sponsorship is, we're providing that 40,000, but we're also securing benefits to that value, and if not more. There was 360,000 people were engaged, 70,000 outside of the region in the event this year. So it's quite a high engagement show for Gympie.
And I think Ms Bailey's point there is relevant. You wouldn't buy business with 1 year's financials, and when you look at the show, particularly through 2023, they copped a hiding. We were lucky that the team was actually willing to work hard to put it back on because they did suffer a big loss. And last year was great, which is wonderful. But yeah, if you look at it over a period of time, it's not all.
I think through Mr Mayor too, we acknowledge that we haven't got the budget quite right for the 23-24 financial year, and we need to bring dollars back into that sponsorship realm and get those so council can endorse which major events it wants to promote as providing economic stimulus into the local economy. So we're looking to move dollars back from that grants round into some more sponsorship arrangements.
Councillor Devereux.
Thank you. Through the Mayor, I just want to clarify something. First of all, I would be horrified if we weren't supporting the Gympie show to whatever extent they feel is necessary. I don't think they're in it to make money off us. And I would hate for them not to be able to meet the obligations that they've made and to be able to have the show. I would say that I did make inquiries about the grant when they failed to get that. My understanding is that it wasn't that they weren't able to prove they needed the money because they were successful and all the rest of it. It was that the quotes required were so far in advance that it wasn't particularly realistic to be able to get them. So I think they've got to make that distinction. It's not the same. Do they need more than this, or are they like, this is what we need to get the show up and running?
The request that the Show Society has now put to us.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Waldo.
I'm trying to look at this from a investment perspective. So we're talking about, say, $40,000 in cash here. So am I right, 0.04% of our budget, next to nothing, is that right? Round about, give or take. So we're here to try and enhance the local economy, livability, and these are ticking all those boxes. We're talking about 0.04% to put on the second biggest show in all of Queensland, and it's a great show too. Last year they were trying to get off their knees. The year before that they got flooded. The year before that, COVID. So they've been smacked down quite hard. So to put on a bloody good show, 40,000 plus the rest in kind, is chicken feed as far as I'm concerned. The benefits overrule.
Just so councillors are aware, this is effectively the same deal we had last year with the 50 in total. We just didn't have the calculations on the in-kind correct. So now that they're in line, it gives a better indication. Are there any other questions, councillors? Councillor Miller.
I did note when you were saying that we're going to adjust our grants pool, so I think there's only about 100,000 left in that pool. Yep. How much of this is going to be reflected in that reduction for the next round, knowing that we've got next year's events to come?
So we're looking at how much we might take out of that pool. We haven't determined that yet, and we will be looking for other savings across council to fund the balance of what we need, noting that this is not the only issue that we're going to have. There are other events lining up that want sponsorship rather than grants, because they cap out at the threshold and they're seeking additional funds from council.
Any other questions, councillors? We have a recommendation there before us. Is there someone to move? Councillor Devereux, someone to second?
You can have it. Ladies before.
Councillor Jensen. Councillor Devereux to speak.
Thank you, Mayor Hardwick. The show is an important part of our local lifestyle. It's the community loves it generally. I know my family loves it, and there's enough of us to make up a big percentage of the community. I think I'd do just about anything that they need to make sure that it happens. I think it's too important. It's important for locals enjoy going there, but also for primary producers and all the rest around the region. It brings money into the area. It's a good use of our facilities, the showgrounds. So yeah, very happy to support this.
Councillor Jensen.
That just about covers it all, doesn't it? It's the Gympie Show. Happy to support.
2 speakers for the recommendation. Any speakers against? Councillor Miller.
I'm just reserving concern because we have reduced grant funding to a lot of our other events because they are getting ahead. I mean, the Gameri Pumpkin Festival is one of them. They're a lot down. They're trying to rebuild themselves, but we haven't grant funded them a lot. Don't know if they wanted to apply for that. Rainbow Fishing Classic, Gourmet. I'm just concerned that we're not going to leave enough for next time or the next round of events we have. And yeah, I'm not convinced that it was, because it's like $80,000 in a sense, but it's in kind, and the $40,000 we might be leaving ourselves short. I'm just a little concerned on that. So it's just the way it's been come about. They've just come in and asked for more than actually going through. That's my concern. It's just the process of how this has come about, and I'm just flagging that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, with the grants program though, it's capped at 40,000, which is in kind and dollars.
And we believe the Gameri Pumpkin Festival are coming to council seeking.
We're just in debate at the moment, Mr. Lewis, so thank you. I've had a speaker against. Any other speakers for?
Was she against?
She spoke against.
I understood her question thing as you approve it, but don't take it out of the budget for the rest of the year. Leave the grants funding budget as it is.
Is that a question to me?
No, well, that's what I heard you say.
What?
Is you're happy to give them the money, but don't take it out of the grant rolling rounds. No?
She was speaker against, so
I'm speaking against as a
voting.
person, so they can take that. Me can take that away.
Any other speakers for or against? I'm happy to speak for the recommendation, and I actually support the process that this has gone through. When community groups aren't satisfied with the bureaucratic mechanisms that we have in place, the next step is to come to council and ask for some special consideration. And that's how we as councillors, as an organisation, can mould and change what we do so we best fit the community's needs. Being very, very prescriptive and putting things in boxes, we know doesn't work. We have to work with the community, work within their circumstances, and this and many other events, I would encourage them and encourage all ratepayers to contact their councillor if they're not happy with things. That's what we're here for. And if community groups or possible events are interested in doing something in the region, I'd encourage them to contact councillors, because we want to see this region being one that has many events. And the Gympie Show is, I believe it's better than the Ekka. I mean, the only thing you get from the Ekka is a dose of the flu. The Gympie Show has a good balance between agriculture, industry and other presenters, and highlights the diverse range of skills and talents we have in the region. So I'm very, very happy to support the show. I love what they do. Appreciate their fireworks every Thursday and Friday night. I think it's a wonderful community grant event and just highlights the fabric of our region that sets us apart from everyone else. Any other speakers for or against? Councillor Polly?
Sorry, so I just want to make sure it goes on public record. I'm supporting the thing too, despite my hesitancy in this report. I was concerned, especially like what Councillor Devereux said about, we wouldn't want to see this fall over just because of 80 grand. Because but this report just seems more nebulous than the budget we just approved before. But if they need the money, they could have asked for 150 grand and said, this is why we need 150 grand. I would be happy to approve that as well. It's just the fact they went, you gave them 100,000, give us 80. That's the bit I was a bit concerned about, but I think it's a fantastic deal. And if they could say, we need this much money to make it a success, I would give them more. So I'm keen to support this.
3 years.
The 80 grand we got. So.
That was the argument they
Yes.
presented. They tabled 80,000 was what they needed to run a successful show.
Right.
That's what they've asked for.
Well, yeah.
Any other speakers for or against? Councillor Devereux to close.
Thank you very much. Just in closing, I would encourage everyone to support this. It's our show. It's the Gympie show. It's part of the fabric of our community. Go for
That's
it.
it. With that, we'll go to vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Accused. Councillor Devereux to come back and we'll move on to item 6.5, second one, account management services
I was going to
support.
say I'll go get him for the coffee.
Thanks, Mayor. This report seeks council to enter into a contract with Technology One for account management services. Coming to council, it's our legislative obligation because we want to enter into a contract, a medium-sized contract, which is basically a contract between 15 and 20,000 under legislation. And we want to do that without seeking quotes as council, as we will be the one relevant supplier that can provide the services to council. We didn't enter into this contract when we signed the original contract with Technology One, as we didn't need the professional services at that point in time. We're now starting to roll out and move Technology One into our live environments. So we need to be able to call on Technology One to provide managed services to us where we have issues that are beyond our capabilities. We've entered into a one-year contract at this juncture because we don't know what the quantum of services we will need as we roll out further modules of Technology One.
Any questions, councillors? Councillor Stewart?
Mr Mayor, could we have some examples of account managed services, please?
So it may be where there's an issue with the database or how the database is performing. Our officers don't know how to resolve the issue, so we need to get external advice to support how to address that issue.
So it's about how to make sure the computer systems are working properly to ensure we can do what we want to do.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Devereux?
Thank you. Through the Mayor, is this for per annum?
That is for a one-year contract.
Okay, because it works out at like $300 an hour that we're paying for, which is, I think, a lot. It's their product. I would have thought there was some sort of service that would be provided for this stuff. So I am a little bit surprised that they want additional money to be able to, for us to be able to use their product.
Most of the councils that have the product, that have installed the product use this service.
So when we approved it, should we have approved this as well at the same time?
No, well, we didn't, as I said before, we didn't want to do that because we didn't need the service at that junction. We only need it once we start to move into live environments.
So then my next question is, what additional expenses are we expecting to have down the track that we aren't aware of yet?
What we're doing is we want to bring a full report back to council in the near future on the total project costs, so that it will be our obligation to fully disclose the total cost of the project, and it will be included in those figures.
I do feel like when we voted to have this, we should have had full disclosure at that point as to all this stuff as well. So I'm a little bit surprised that we need to go this way, but thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? We have a recommendation there. Is there someone to move? Councillor Milne, someone to second. Councillor Wardock, Councillor Milne to speak.
I am no computer expert, and I believe that probably in the depths of understanding IT and technology, there will be things that our officers don't know and they would need assistance with, especially when we're moving into this new program that we're going to integrate into council. I want it to be right and I want it to be good, and I'm happy to have this support. You know, it may be a little expensive, it might be well worth the investment later on, but no problems moving forward. So I endorse this.
Councillor Wardock.
Yeah, we're talking IT here, so the day you buy IT is the day it becomes redundant. We're investing into an upgrade and an update as we dive into this new technology.
Second.
Two speakers for the recommendation, any speakers against? No speakers for. Councillor Milner to close.
Councillor Ward did say that we are diving into an investment. This is a multi-million-dollar investment and we want to get it right. So we do need support along the way. Vote now.
That will go to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Thank you, Mr Lewis. Item 7.1, the Community Sustainability Directorate Report. That will be Mr Parker.
Good morning, Mr Mayor and councillors. This report's to highlight the important work and achievements of the Community Sustainability Directorate over the previous 3 months. For the last 7 weeks, I've had the privilege of performing the acting director role for Community Sustainability. It's reinforced for me the wide and diverse range of services that this particular directorate strives to provide for our community. I'll take the report as read, but I'd just like to highlight, I guess, some significant items within that report. Gympie Library continues to average above 16,500 visits from residents per month. Customer contact call centre averaged more than 3,800 phone requests through August through to October. Community Recovery Resilience Officers supported the Emergency Services Expo held in October, along with a number of other local community events at various halls. The gallery had 2,355 visitors over the last 3 months with a number of exhibitions. At the aerodrome, QFES water storage tanks have been installed, and this is to assist with aerial bushfire fighting capacity in the future. Officers are currently finalising the agreement between Surf Lifesaving Queensland and Council for lifeguard services to Rainbow Beach. For waste, the Eastern Cell has had the clay laying installed, a second weighbridge has been delivered pending installation. The Regional Flying Fox Management Plan, Council's completed round 5 funding for the Widgie Crossing habitat improvement works, and that included revegetation of 2,500 plants. Biosecurity team successfully managed concerns regarding feral pigs accessing the Tincan Bay school grounds. This resulted in the catching and euthanasing of a number of wild pigs in that area. Building and plumbing numbers saw further easing in the sector compared to 12 months ago, a sign of rising interest rates, trades and material shortages. There are still resourcing issues for building staff, which will see the involvement of more private certifieds. For plumbing, interestingly, while new approvals are slightly down, we have increased the number of projects that have been finalised. Annual food business inspections commenced in November for environmental health officers, and officers undertook asbestos training. There's been an increase in dog attacks within the region, and 16 serious attacks have been reported. The planning section received 83 applications in the September quarter. That consisted of 49 development applications, 15 change applications and 19 survey plan endorsements. I guess in terms of that, the planning team determined or finalised applications, 26 material change of use applications, 18 operational works applications and 21 applications for reconfiguring lots. Staffing remains an issue in and around planning officer resourcing, with a number of consultants and agency staff backfilling specific roles. Planning scheme work continues, and councillors have been involved in a number of workshops to progress this work, and there are a number of attachments to the report which further highlight some of the important work that this directorate has performed. Thank you.
Any questions, councillors? Councillor Deborah?
Thank you. Through the Mayor. First of all, I'd just like to reiterate, I think I say something along these lines every time. I love this section of our ordinary meetings. I love the amount of detail in it. I especially love it because it's community. Community directorate. So this is the section of the ordinary meeting that the public actually probably has most interest in, because it's stuff that they have that directly influences them, that they see. So yeah, it's excellent that we, I guess, as acknowledging part of that is that we put so much detail in so that they do know. So thank you very much. I also really appreciate the fact that you went through it just then, instead of just going, take it as read, because I think it's important for anyone sitting here or watching that they actually get that information from you. I do have a couple of questions. My first one is almost a criticism, almost. I get a bit confused with some of the acronyms that we use in council. Like we've got two ARCs, for example. We've got the Aquatic Centre and we've got the Audit and Risk. So every time I look, I go, well, which one is it? And you know, if it's wet, I've got an idea. If it's stressful, I know which one it is too. So just that, and I found that with car. So when I first opened this page, I thought we'd just purchased 1,713 new cars because it's a new car. And I knew that was wrong and I had to look at it again. So customer action request. So maybe it's something that would be better if we just make it not as ambiguous. My question has to do with the overdue for a month. This is page 195 of the customer request monthly statistics for October. At the end of each month, July, August, September, October, there's a overdue for month figure. So 80, 74, 87. And then it's got new at the next month. It doesn't seem to have carried over.
Sorry, Councillor.
You're right.
Page 195.
I'll just keep talking. That way it gives you a bit of time. So what I'd like to know is whereabouts does that re-enter those figures, I guess? That's the first part of my question. Do you want me to show you?
It's on the page.
Hey? 195. Yep.
Down.
For me, that's the Kilkeegan options.
Keep going. It's 195.
That is 195.
Oh,
Customer contact.
There might have
Very
been
close.
some
It
report
might
done.
be a different version,
a
sorry.
different one.
Because we took item 6.5 out.
Customer contact, monthly statistics.
193.
193, I'm told.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Could I have your question again, sorry?
Yeah, sure. So at the top there, we've got customer action request, car, and we've got overdue for months. So at the end of July, there's 80, August 74, etc. And but we've got the beginning of each month is new customer action requests. So I'd just like to know where those overdue ones, the ones that are re-enter the.
Sorry, in terms of the overdue, that just means that they were not closed necessarily within the target timeframe. So we received, obviously, for that September's statistics, there were 87, I guess, that didn't get closed within the target. Within our computer system, that doesn't mean that they disappear. They actually sit there in the offices, then we'll obviously resolve them in the coming months. It just, actually, in terms of our target, our customer service targets.
I think I just worked it out. The closed is where they re-enter.
That's correct.
There, gotcha.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And they remain active.
So my next question, or part of this question is there somewhere here which shows us ones how long they've been in? Like if we've got something that's been there for 6 months.
That's a very good question, Councillor.
Well, thank you very much.
Certainly.
I knew I'd get one. I knew I'd get one eventually.
We have reports that,
3.5 years.
that deliver that. Internally, we have reports that are done on a monthly basis to identify any that obviously have gone over the time frame, and they're raised through to the manager for action and then distributed back through the staff to follow up. I'm not sure that we have that specific data in here.
I didn't see it. There might be something worth including because it is a very relevant stat.
It's certainly something we can take on notice and consider for future reports.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Smith.
In the bar graphs, isn't the purple overdue from? Oh, okay, sorry. No,
1 month.
forget that.
No, I think it's this blue.
Doesn't show
No.
when they started.
Any other questions, Councillor Paul?
Yeah, so, Mr Mayor, can I, just a little bit more commentary on page 30, the gas flare. Just the way I read that, because it sounded like we're burning the stuff off. I thought we were capturing it, using it somewhere for the gas flare abatement out of the Conley Road.
That's a very good question.
It is flared off, but.
Oh, it's just burn off. I thought we were capturing it and using it.
No, we don't have enough volume at this point in time to utilise it, but with the eastern cell, there is a plan to consider seeing whether or not we can do energy generation or something else from that side.
Dark barbecues.
At this point in time, there is carbon credits that we attain from it because the flaring is done in a technological manner, I suppose. I don't know how you work that out, but anyway. Councillor Stewart.
Mr Mayor, with the Regional Art Gallery, and they had state recognition and it was nominated, and since then the award, I believe, Gallery win that award in the end, or I can't remember now.
The gallery was certainly partner in terms of an award, if I'm correctly.
So the award is actually finalised on the 22nd of November, I'm trying to think.
And it may well be that what was drafted.
Yeah, before then, that's fine.
Before it made this.
So I'm pretty sure, and it's very good that they were nominated to start with and got to the final list. I've got a feeling they may have won, but I might be. I couldn't find it.
And again, we can
So
report on that.
well done to the gallery for that.
Yeah, we can report on that in our subsequent.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Deborah?
Sorry, I did have another one. I just noticed on the venues with events, one of the events, there's 4 events listed as maintenance cleaning, which I'm not sure, strictly speaking, most people would consider.
I wouldn't go to that.
Yeah, I wouldn't go to that one either.
Noted, councillor.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Mills?
I did note that for regional pools, we are getting some condition reports done. We've had the preliminary or draft conditions, and they said once finalised, we'll inform the council planning and budgeting.
Yes.
I'm happy to take this one on notice and just find out when's the time frame where we can where we all know where our final budget will be, because we do have $350,000 in the budget reserved for regional pools, and those conditions will obviously determine when that is. So happy to take that one on notice. I'm just interested to see where we're moving on that one.
Thank you. My understanding is council's doing a number of condition assessments across all of their facilities, and this would form part of that.
Yeah.
Councillor Smith?
If I'm not mistaken, I think some of those condition assessments were done in previous years by Mr Gordon McGowan. Is that correct?
Certainly that work has been done. Yes, there was some work done in each of the individual years, and then that should guide or does guide obviously budgetary requests to councillors in terms of repairs, maintenance, and hopefully projected repairs, maintenance, where we can prevent some of the issues that have arisen. We haven't predicted them in the past.
That resulted in how many acro props underneath Hamilton Hall, Councillor Freeman?
More props under Ammermore Hall than there are hairs on my head, Councillor Smith.
That wouldn't be too hard, but anyway.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Mill?
Just a small observational question. I did notice we have some attachments that are kind of written like a report. Is there any plans to have those published onto the website or something for easy reference for the community, because they are quite good reports? It's just a question I've had all the time. Every time we have one of these, it's just information, easy to digest and actually resource for the community. So
Take that on notice. Have a recommendation there, councillors. Someone to move? Councillor Stewart, Councillor Devereux to second, Councillor Stewart to speak.
Yeah, it's amazing the breadth of work that the community sustainability area does, and some we just don't, community probably doesn't even think about, like management of weeds, and I know that they got stuck into the bypass contractors because they accidentally sprayed weed through the turf they'd brought in, and that's been dealt with. And I know that working with a couple of the managers on different areas, it's amazing how much investment they've got in the community and their enthusiasm and they are certainly committed to this area and to making this an even better community. So thank you. Thanks for the report.
Councillor Deborah.
Thank you. As I mentioned, this is a section of our ordinary meeting that I think most people in the public, in the community, would actually get something out of if they just skim through it. Whatever you're interested in, chances are there's something in here that will you'd find benefit in knowing. There's stuff on flying foxes, on the rehabilitation of an old flying fox roost. There's, with the library, any number of activities that they do there. Basically, if you're bored in our region, if you think there's nothing on, have a look at this report, because you'll see the sorts of things that are available, whether they be events or craft stuff in the library or what have you. There's a lot on. The trouble is these days is knowing about it prior to the event. I think most people, one of the big complaints I get is, I wish I'd known about that. So have a look on the council webpage, council Facebook, and you'll see a lot of the stuff that comes up in this report. So, again, very happy with this. Thank you.
2 speakers for the recommendation, any speakers against? Any other speakers for? Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. As mentioned in the report, there was a feral pig problem at Tin Can Bay School recently. Council employed a contractor to control these pigs, and we had a successful operation, and the pigs were caught and removed, which is good news story for Tin Can Bay.
Any other speakers for or against? Councillor Mill.
Well, I'd just like to agree and reinforce what Councillor Devereux says about how good these reports are. I'm not saying that any other directorate, but this is really good community interface as a community sustainability. The highlights I did note throughout was the Kilkeven Equestrian Centre, the building certification now to actually increase its uses, which I think that's been a really good investment this year, and we can see better use of that facility. The polystyrene project, which I believe we're doing with Noosa, is still kicking through and actually getting some bags going down, which is great. If you have polystyrene, take it down to your waste facility and get it bagged up and go through that new system. The Crab Creek Erosion Project, this is something that's been in the planning for a very long time. It's actually going through the design. I'm looking at, we're trying to fund actually the works now, which is great. That has been a long time coming, and we're slowly moving forward with these things. Councillor Smurden did mention the Tin Can Bay School with the pigs. What he didn't mention was the actual response time from our officers was amazing. It was identified one day, they came the next. It was just before the school holidays, and the fear was that the pigs were actually going to get in and get very acclimatised with the area. They were digging up main officers every garden. They got in there and they did that, and that should actually mitigate some of that risk to the school over this coming school holidays, which is really, really good. And the wild dog activity as well, that is actually going to need some controls. I know they're not easy to manage because we have constrained land, what we can do, but it's great to see some of those action because there's a lot of concern in the community about that. And the illegal dumping campaign, reading 80% of investigation result in infringement or clean-up notices, which is obviously our delegation for illegal dumping has been successful. That's and a bit of a shout out to the regulatory services, over 750 complaints. And that's actually said complaints put in, I think they've only got like 20 or something outstanding, so that's a lot of work for the team. It's great to see a full establishment there. So really happy to have a note these reports and look forward to the next one.
Any other speakers for or against? Councillor Stewart to close.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Yep, just reinforce it's a great report, and I just also seen a couple of photos of the yard clean-up. Some people like to think they can do whatever they like with their property, and someone decided to turn their property into a junkyard by looks, and our regulatory service made sure it got cleaned up, so it's a much more pleasant environment and community. So very happy to move the report.
That will go to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Item 7.2, customer service change.
Mr Mayor, councillors, we're joined by Laurel Hatch, Manager Governance, Integrity and Risk for this particular item. Councillors would remember that this item was presented or discussed at a workshop recently. The customer charter is out of date and a revised version has been attached to the report. Some noted changes. The proposed charter makes reference to the traditional lands of the Cubby Cubby, Waka Waka, Butcherloo peoples. It includes information on the national relay service for customers who are deaf, hearing or speech impairment. includes information about the free national interpreter service. Staff have taken on board comments from councillors at the recent workshop. There's a section now included in the draft regarding how council will respond to unreasonable customer conduct where inappropriate or vexatious nature requests are received. The current corporate plan includes a core value regarding customer service, several priorities that direct the organisation in regard to effective systems and enhanced communication. It's submitted that this provides sufficient policy direction to the organisation and that councillors may delegate the ongoing development, review and update of the charter to the Chief Executive Officer.
I don't need to say anything. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Just one thing though, I just wanted to say why we have the charter. And the reason is like in any business activity, you have the charter because it helps remind and motivate employees to deliver what they're promising that they will deliver. The charter is common across all businesses. And if the draft customer service charter is adopted today, that will replace and supersede the previous version.
Any questions, councillors? Councillor Polly?
So this is a PDF that's going out to the public?
Yes, it'll be up on the website and we will refer to it too if we need to, and the customers ask, timings, there's that in there as well.
Oh, so it's on the website?
It's on the website.
Yeah, okay. 'Cause look, no criticism, but I was at a recent Chamber of Commerce event. Can't remember the council officer was there, was talking about disaster management stuff, handed out a lot of flyers. I thought it was great because it had a QR code on it, said sign up for a disaster management. And this, it just said sign up in a disaster management. I just love a QR code, just make life so much easier. Just go,
yes,
that's
actually a good point.
But I don't want to clutter it up, but
No.
just trying to make life easy for people.
That's
right.
Councillor Deborah?
Thank you. Through the Mayor, I do have a question regarding the 10 business days to get some sort of what's it say here?
Yeah, 10 business
staff from the relevant council area will provide you with an answer or estimated time for resolution within 10 business days. When the person actually contacts us, do we tell them that at that time so that they're aware of what the time frame will be? Because I just hear a lot of where they've contacted council, they haven't heard anything. It's been a week, that sort of thing. And I just made the week up just so it worked. But basically, just an assurance that we definitely tell them that give it 2 weeks before you come back to us.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, my understanding is customer contact staff have a script that is relayed to each customer every time they take a phone call.
And emails as well, they
Yes.
put that in?
That's correct. It's automated through that. Yep.
Fabulous, thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor
Just a small one, you just said the purpose of the charter, and we've just had a question on time frame. There's not a legislated time frame for us to respond or anything like that. It's actually the service level that we're aspiring to give.
That's
Is that
exactly right. And we have done it on the statistics that you've heard in all the reporting as to what we can commit to and aspire to.
Any other questions? We'll deal with recommendation 1, councillor, someone to move. Councillor Milne, someone to second. Councillor Stewart, Councillor Milne to speak.
just like I said, this is good for both the community and our staff. It just is that clear clarification of what we're trying to achieve, but it is a co-working relationship between the customer and council. So even though we do have these it's not set in stone, so it's not something to be held against either party, but to work together to actually achieve an outcome from a concern or a compliment or a suggestion. So I'm happy we have this charter. I know my concerns with it and the wording was satisfied through the process, so I'm happy to have this supersede our existing one and go into the future.
Councillor Stewart.
Mr Mayor, most residents, ratepayers we deal with are very reasonable and understand sometimes things take a while to get answers back and such like. And so it's good to provide them with timelines, say, well, they expect to wait a few weeks, a couple of weeks, depending on what the request is. But I'm sure we'll also experience sometimes some bit more difficult residents, and so it's important to have that section about how you can help us. So that's I think, helpful for everyone. So I'd be happy to second.
2 speakers for the recommendation, any speakers against? Any other speakers for? Councillor Milne to close.
Happy to move the vote.
With that, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. We have recommendation 2 there in relation to the delegation to the CEO. Is there someone to move? Councillor Milne, someone to second? Councillor Stewart, Councillor Milne to speak.
I'm happy to have this delegated to the CEO. I think we set the standards through our corporate plan of what we want the organisation to achieve, and this is one of the mechanisms that the organisation is achieving that. So it's not something that I don't believe it needs to come to here. Yeah, I'm happy to have that delegation go through.
Councillor Stewart.
Nothing further to add, thanks.
2 speakers for the recommendation. Any speakers against? Any other speakers for? Councillor Milne to close.
Happy to move the vote.
We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Item 7.3, Heritage Reference Group.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Joined by Tanya Stenholm, Manager Planning, and Aaron Wheatley, Coordinator Urban Design. The Heritage Reference Group has replaced the former Heritage Advisory Committee, which has resulted in the development of a new charter. Council will be aware that these items were discussed at the Council workshop on the 8th of November. This requires the endorsement of the new charter. It also requests consideration of the inclusion of Dr Elaine Brown as a new member of the Heritage Reference Group. And further, the Heritage Reference Group have identified the Araluen Waterhole site of some local historical significance and requested that this site be brought to the attention of Council for possible restoration and ongoing maintenance. The site is currently owned by the State of Queensland. The Araluen Waterholes have not as yet been recognised on Council's local heritage register, nor were they identified in the recently endorsed Heritage Places study. The site is owned by the state government, as I said, and there's a lack of practical roadway access for the ongoing maintenance of the site. Happy to pass over to Council for any questions you may have.
Any questions, councillors? Right, we have a recommendation there, 3 parts to it. Is there someone to move? Councillor Fredman, Councillor Devereux to second. Councillor Fredman to speak. All the rest with Heritage.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Being a representative of the Heritage Committee and of the Heritage community, a couple of points. Dr Elaine Brown, no one knows more than Dr Elaine Brown about Gympie history, in particular Kalula Coast history. She's an amazing resource and it's great to have her there. In relation to the Araluen Waterholes, there has been an attempt for Council to take over the tenure of that site. That will come with cost. So the decision was there's 2 separate issues. One is the preservation of the site, and that's why it needs to go on the local heritage register. In relationship to ownership of the site, the state can keep it because there's some cost involved and we're not exactly overflowing with funds at this stage. So it's a fairly clear-cut position. Keep the history, don't keep the responsibility.
Councillor Devereux.
Thank you. Yes, just to follow on from Councillor Fredman, the Araluen Waterholes is a fascinating bit of local history there. So it would be great to have it on that list. I was actually interested in having it come to Council initially, but having more of an understanding now of the costs involved with Council, I'm quite happy for the state to and I think they'll do a fantastic job. There are some plaques there if people want to have a look. Probably best to wait until the bypass so there's less traffic instead of having to dodge it like I did, Frogger, across the road. The Heritage Group is a wonderful bunch of people who give their time up to look at various aspects of our heritage and how they affect Council in our region. I certainly appreciate them. And as Councillor Fredman said, Dr Elaine Brown will be a wonderful addition. So the older I get, the more I care about heritage. I'm going to be on my list sometime in my life, I dare say. So encourage everyone to support this. Thank you.
2 speakers for the recommendation. Any speakers against? The other speakers for. Councillor Fredman to close.
Nothing to add, Mr Mayor.
Then we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Item 7.4, wish list. Waiving of plumbing application fee.
things there. Wishlist is a not-for-profit organisation, provides fundraising dedicated to supporting the growing health needs of patients and families in the Sunshine Coast and Gympie region. Under the provisions of council adopted fees and charges, applications for building or plumbing or not-for-profit community organisations that don't hold a liquor licence are eligible for a 60% reduction of the assessment and inspection fees. Wishlist are currently organising the construction of a house in Serenity Drive on the south side. Although Wishlist were not the applicant for the plumbing application, the above 60% concession was formally granted to the application. Council has subsequently received a request to waive the remaining paid plumbing fees, which effectively is the equivalent of the 40% associated with the plumbing application. This would involve waiving the remaining fees, which total $1,567.40. Taking into consideration the already discounted fees through the 60% discount, this means that council, if they would support the recommendation by staff, that altogether council would be waiving total fees of $2,492. Happy to take any questions.
Any questions, councillors? Councillor Wardock?
So we've got here your sewer connection fee, $951, brackets not eligible for 60% concession, but we're giving them what, 100% concession?
That's
yeah.
That's the option.
Which, yeah. And I get that because it doesn't come under the end of the not-for-profit. We're not fulfilling someone's interests. It's people in need. It's wish list, and yeah, I definitely believe that 100% concession is hopefully.
Yes, that's correct. The 60% eligibility criteria is normally only on the application fees and the on the assessment fee of an application, and the inspection fees doesn't extend to the administration fees that would normally be involved, or other service connection fees such as sewer connection or water connection that might otherwise be required.
Right. Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? No. We have a recommendation there. Is there someone to move? Councillor Milne, someone to second. Councillor Wardock, Councillor Milne to speak.
I had the pleasure of actually listening to Wishlist present at I think it was a chamber breakfast. I wasn't familiar with the breadth of what they actually do, and I'm really pleased we can actually support this for a full 100%, because I believe that the sale or what we have comes out of these homes will go straight to our hospital. And this is a minor thing to what we can majorly have an impact in our community. So I'm happy to, it's nothing really. So I'm happy.
Councillor Wardock?
Absolutely agree. There is a lot of things that goes under the radar that wish lists do for the community and those in need. So happy to second.
2 speakers for the recommendation, and speakers against. Speakers for. I'm happy to speak in favour of the recommendation. Wishlist accommodation on the Sunshine Coast provides emergency accommodation for the vast majority of our locals. 75% of usage is from people within the Gympie region. They've done a wonderful amount of work up at the Gympie Hospital, and this is a small gesture from council to support what they're doing to an organisation that makes a massive difference for people in a time of desperate need. So I'd encourage all councillors to support this recommendation. Any other speakers for or against? Councillor Milne to close.
Nothing further to add.
With that, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. We'll do item 7.5, the planning scheme. Or do we want to quickly break? Councillors need a break.
Coffee.
We might just quickly break. We'll have a quick tea break, say 15-20 minutes, and be back. Thank you.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But it was always yeah. So close.
Tissue though.
I'll hand over to the 7.5 planning scheme amendment package.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillors, this report's to update Council on the progress of the amendment package, to discuss issues raised as a result of public consultation. I'd like to refer to Council's subject matter experts in planning-related matters, Tanya Stenholt, Manager of Planning, and Simon Kitchington, Coordinator of Planning Scheme Programs.
Thank you, Andrew.
No, sorry.
Mr Mayor, through you, I'll commence. Very quickly, councillors, the report before you today is a status report on Amendment Package 3. Amendment Package 3 is the last amendment package to the current planning scheme. It's been on an exhibition. It deals with a number of matters. It deals with basically a rezoning of some industrial land to residential land on the south side there in the Exhibition Road. It deals with an increase in the number of tourist park campsites that a person can have as accepted development subject to requirements without getting a DA from 4 sites to 8. It revises and clarifies some of the assessment levels for different forms of operational work. There's some planning scheme policy updates. A lot of this is purely housekeeping stuff. And there's some further additional provisions that we've added to support the tourist park activities. And there's some changes to reflect the adoption of council of the recreational use last year. So that went on exhibition. We attracted around 12 submissions. 3 of those submissions were in support of the rezoning at the south side. So no objections raised there. Landowners involved were supportive of it. What we did get submissions on was primarily the tourist park proposals. We had 2 submissions supporting an increase in the number of municipal campsites from 4 to 8, and we had 6 submissions objecting to those. I'll run through those very quickly. And we had 1 submission from SEQ Water, which was a bit broader and dealt more with buffers to drinking water catchment areas, which rather than being dealt with Amendment Package 3, we think that's more appropriate to deal with that in the broader new planning scheme because it has wider implications. So we've recommended we defer that consideration until the new scheme. In terms of the matters raised in support of increasing the number of campsites from 4 to 8 as a trigger for self-accessible development, a number of the 2 submissions raised the idea that increasing the campsites would help to diversify farm incomes, and that landowners would manage their sites and manage the camper behaviour. And a further submission was supportive of the change, but then added that they wished to change the scheme requirement that these campsites be on, as a matter of course, be on sealed roads rather than dirt roads. Where they're on dirt roads, the scheme currently requires you submit a DA so we can check out the access. So that submission was took the view that that was unnecessary. Come back to that in a moment. In terms of the objections, we got objections on the grounds that increasing the number of campsites would add to traffic problems on some of our less capable rural roads, impact on amenity in terms of the neighbours particularly, insufficient provision for emergency evacuation for visitors, environmental impacts, off-site environmental impacts, particularly noise, lighting, effluent disposal and the like. The council's ability to monitor and ensure compliance was raised, but it's a bit of a challenge. And that the view generally that 48 people on the site, which is what this would facilitate ultimately, was not low impact and should be the subject of a DA. So, and I suppose it's important to note that what is being proposed is not limiting tourist park developments to a particular size. It's simply saying when you get to a certain size, there's a trigger for a development application requirement, whether it be four campsites as it is in the current plan, or increasing it to 8 as proposed in the amendment. At the end of the day, we've taken all those submissions on board and we've recommended that we move forward with all the amendment package with the exception of that increasing that permissibility trigger from 4 to 8. So we're saying leave that at 4, which means that for the purposes of a tourist park rural zone, you can have up to 4 campsites without needing the DA. Once you go over 4, we're saying the DA requirement. So that's where we've got to. That's the recommendation we're putting to you today. The rest of the amendment package we adopt as per the original exhibition.
Questions, councillors? Councillor Smird?
In that leaving it at 4, when it was going to 8, we had limited of 48 people.
We did, correct.
Have we got any limits on now that it remains at 4?
The proposal would keep the 6 people per campsite, so you're talking 24 people per site, if you like,
48.
without needing a DA. You can still go beyond that if you want to put a DA.
How many submissions against that change do we receive?
6.
6 submissions against that change, 2 in favour of the change.
Councillor Deborah?
I would say it's unlikely that you would get a lot of in favour of it because people would assume that it's probably going to go through. It'd be interesting now to know what they said. I think we had a robust discussion on that matter. I would propose an amendment, taking that out. Myself, I think we've discussed it. There was a good reason for doing it, which was to help people diversify on their properties. As far as the waste is concerned, 4 or 8 on a property doesn't change the fact that the waste has to be dealt with. Most people these days that travel in an RV and have toilet facilities actually have capsule cartridges which they can go and empty at dump points. It's more important than ever that council have enough dump points around to help people with that aspect of it. The extra traffic on roads I don't see as particularly worrisome because it won't be 8 people every day and it won't be, if it is busy, it was very rare that you get people that come and stay for one night and go. Generally people come and they put down stumps for a few days so they can investigate an area, which is what we want. So the idea is we'll get a bit of an additional income for the properties so that in tough times they've got an additional revenue stream. And for our local communities, our business community, it means that we're going to have potentially more money going into our smaller towns.
So are you going to move an amendment to that recommendation?
Yes, I would like to remove number 1 and just have the second 2.
Removing it keeps it the same.
If you remove number 1,
Yeah.
then it will stay at 4 because our current scheme.
Okay, in that case, I want to change it to 8.
Okay.
I thought we're amending the
Current scheme allows for 4 sites with
Yeah.
with unlimited.
and the amendment package though is saying 8. So if I remove it, then the amendment package stays at 8, doesn't it?
Is that correct?
No.
So through Mr Mayor, at the moment we're recommending, as per the screen, that we not increase from 4 to 8. If it is council's wish that they want to go to the 8, as per the exhibited amendment, the resolution might simply be council adopt the plan as exhibited.
Right.
Because
So if council
the only
votes-
change we were making to the original exhibited draft plan was backing away from a 4 to 8 and staying at 4.
Okay.
So if you want to keep it simple, it might simply be council resolved to adopt the exhibited draft plan.
I'm pretty sure that's what I was thinking in my head.
So that's the amendment you removed, the council adopt the exhibited draft plan.
It's a total change.
Sorry?
Sorry, I just want to clarify, Mr Mayor.
Yeah.
Because this was going out for re-exhibiting and there was some other, I think, letters that the package was displayed right with some letters that could be sent. Have they been sent?
So just to clarify there through Mr Mayor, it was the principle, the reason to re-exhibit the draft plan was we had exhibited going from 4 to 8. If we could do something different, we re-exhibit it. There is another issue, as Councillor Milne points out, with the fact we did have an error in our communications during the exhibition process, where we advised some landowners of a zoning change that wasn't actually part of the proposal. I don't believe that needs on its own triggers a need for re-exhibition. Certainly the change for the 4 to 8 and back to 4 would be a change, but I don't believe the need to clarify with some landowners that they weren't part of an exhibition warrants a re-exhibition of itself.
We just get Councillor Devereux's amendment. Yeah, Pat.
Yep, the council endorse the amendment package 3 as submitted, would probably be, that be right?
Might I suggest, Mr Mayor, might the council endorse the amendment package 3 as exhibited?
Yep, exhibited.
As exhibited. I think that might be a tidy way.
Thank you.
Sorry? Yeah, I'll just wait for the.
Yeah, I've got another clarification to it, that's all.
Oh, you want to clarify something?
Oh, I think it's me too. So just want to, because I know it's part of it, the rezoning Duritz Eucalyptus Avenue, I noticed that deep blue is now going to go to a residential when it's sort of part of the light industrial, I'm assuming. Just when you look at the little colouring scheme, you coloured light industrial around Duritz Court, but deep blue is the next property along, which you're now changing to residential, the Pinckney, so I don't know whether that's an issue, or just, why don't you just include it in the light industrial because it's already there? For the,
We could go back to page...
it's page 56 and 57 on the report.
Maps there.
Yeah, yep.
Maps don't match.
Although technically, I suppose at the moment, it's already, what do you call it, pinkish, not the pinkish. In number 12, lot 12. And you're really just removing all the light industrial on the opposite side of the Eucalyptus Avenue, but...
Too fast.
Yeah.
Let's just say.
So it's, yeah, right where you pointed there, number 12 it is. That's it, yeah.
No proposed change here at all.
Yep.
This is staying light industry.
Yep, correct.
It's staying residential. On this side of the road.
Yep. It's going to residential.
It goes to residential.
Yeah, I'm just thinking like you've got Deep Blue Aquatic Centre in there, and not that it matters, but it's where you're pointing at number 12, isn't it? But,
well, I suppose that at this stage that's the aquatic centre there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. I must admit we weren't contemplating changing the zoning of that, and we haven't exhibited that change.
No, I know, but it's like, but wouldn't it be considered a light industrial district centre sort of thing? Because it isn't, unless they bulldoze the building, and I suppose they can bulldoze the building, turn it into a house.
Wouldn't it change the material change of use?
Look, I'm sure there's I'm guessing there's a DA approval. Tanya says there could. Can I suggest if we want to revisit the zoning of that, it might be something to look at in the new scheme. But at this stage, it wasn't part of this proposal here.
Yeah, I'm fine to remove that. That's, don't hold it up.
Okay.
So we're back to his original plan.
Okay. Councillor Water, clarification.
Yes, some clarification, please, through the chair. You said there was a few submissions there too for the change in the 4 to 8 caravans on the site. Was it 2, 4 and 6 or 8 against?
It's 3, Mr Mayor. 2 in support of the change,
yes.
6 against the change.
6 against the change. So the 2, 4, do you know if they were landholders or people in need of somewhere to live?
Jocelyn, it's on your landholders.
So they've got a commercial interest in so they're in it for the dollar. So there's not a housing issue out. There's not people in this field of things.
Yeah, look,
there is a housing issue.
This is about tourist accommodation. It's not about housing supply more broadly.
Yeah. The other thing is it a compliance burden on council at the moment as we sit with 4?
We have some compliance, again, sorry, Mr Mayor, we have challenges, yes.
In staff numbers?
We discussed that in the report to some extent. There are some challenges around managing compliance issues on tourist parks, yeah.
Thank you. So therefore, that would be a burden on the budget or even on the cash of the ratepayer to have someone sitting there complying over 4 sites. And we're looking at increasing that to 8.
Through Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure if going from 4 to 8 is going to bring on more sites that, because we have a range of challenges. Some of them they have no approval. So they really don't care whether it's 4 or 8, they're just doing their own thing.
Right.
So that's a challenge. You then have ones who have approvals but aren't so hot at staying with their conditions. So again, whether we increase it from 4 to 8, whether it has a material impact on that challenge, I probably need to spend a bit of time with Dan Rogers and ask him about that.
We've got an amendment moved by Councillor Devereux. Is there someone to second? Councillor Polly. Councillor Devereux to speak.
Thank you. As I mentioned, we've discussed this fairly extensively. I think our reasons for doing it were logical and well thought out. I know there wasn't complete agreement with it, but by the same token, I think we owe it to our what's the word, country landowners to help them out. The rates have increased astronomically in the last decade for property owners, and it's just a means for those that want to be able to get some additional income in, and it benefits the whole region. It benefits our business community as well. So as far as compliance is concerned, I thank you for your comment. The difference between 4 and 8 additional expense for council is probably negligible, because those that don't do the right thing at 4 may not do the right thing at 8 as well. So, yeah, I'm happy to put this forward. I hope you support it. Thank you.
Councillor Polly.
Some others, I was actually surprised while I was reading this. I thought we thrashed this out, we had a good discussion, and it was it. I didn't realise it was coming back to us. Anyhow, that's fine. But so I do want to ask one clarification. If we go to Councillor Devereux's, go back to the original, what does number 2 do? Yes, number 2, the additional, does that affect that? That doesn't affect going back, it's not changing number 2 or something?
Wouldn't think so.
No, I wasn't quite sure.
Just to clarify, when we were looking at going from 4 to 8 campsites, to address some of the off-site concerns, potential impacts, we've substantially beefed up the code requirements that a proponent needs to conform with. So dealing with effluent disposal, lighting, noise, landscaping. I think there was about 3 dot point requirements in the original scheme. As it stands today, we've now got a substantial list of things they need to do to effectively minimise off-site impacts.
And so that's staying the same?
That stays.
That's, okay, that's all I was concerned about. Okay, other than that, I'm happy to support this motion.
2 speakers for the recommendation. Any speakers against? Councillor Fredman.
Some of the discussion has been around, we owe it to the landowners to put this through. When this first came up, I spoke to quite a lot of people in the Mary Valley. Not one of them wants a caravan park on their boundary, or across the river, or across the creek, or up the gully from them. I'd suggest the interest might be 1% of landowners in the Mary Valley. 99%, from my observation, do not want this to go through. They do not want the caravan park over the fence. That's very, very strong. If this has to go in, I'd ask that there be a further amendment that it not apply in the Mary Valley. Now, that's complicating it, I know, but it's quite a strong topic that I think needs to be further considered in relation to the fact that, 1, it doesn't solve the housing crisis. 2, it causes anxiety in places like the Mary Valley where the amenity of the area is paramount. So I'm absolutely against this change. I think 4's too many, in fact, but nonetheless I'll live with 4.
Any other speakers for, against? Councillor Waller.
So if we were going to go for this amendment to increase it back to 8, we're happy to double the amount of noise, dust, odour, light, smoke, fumes, environmental nuisance, loss of visual amenity, and loss of privacy to those neighbours. So if you're happy to approve this, well, I'd rather not be a part of it.
Any other speakers for or against? Councillor Stewart?
I'm speaking against, for a number of reasons. Some, I guess, already been said. It's mentioned we owe it to country landowners to approve this. Well, we actually owe it to our country landowners to vote against this, to protect them from their neighbours who don't do the right thing, and from unreasonable neighbours. And yes, we do get complaints. We need to protect local businesses. By voting against this amendment, we will protect local businesses. There are people who have sunk millions of dollars into developing camping grounds and whatever, and I don't want them, my constituents, being undercut by people who just let people camp. And so I want to protect our local businesses by voting against this. They're probably the two main reasons. It's about protecting the amenity of their neighbourhood. And there have been lots of complaints, and there'll be even more complaints if this goes through, is my view.
Any other speakers for and against? Councillor Miller?
Against. I do agree with my fellow councillors that it was an idea that did come out of a strategy that we had. It was a concept to, I think it was a tourism strategy, to explore this option. On reading the report and the attachments and compliance issues, the impact it's going to do and some of the feedback, it might not be a lot of survey results, but then there's informal surveys which do count in this room, apparently. So I do not support reverting back to the 8. I agree with the recommendation that's been put forward by the officers. Compliance is one of those. Councillor Stewart did raise a very good point that there are a lot of people that do put some money into developing these, and potentially we could be having mini little caravan parks, and the minimum size is 10 hectares. So it's 8 sites on 10 hectares. Kind of can get, if you get a few of them in a row, can quite have an impact. So I'm not supportive. I do agree that we go back to 4. We had it right in the first place. It was so I'm not supportive, so.
Any other speakers, councillors? You've already...
I can't do that, sorry.
You seconded it, so you've already had your chance. Yes. I'm happy to speak in favour of the recommendation. As a rural land holder, I understand, loss of amenity and the peace and quiet that I enjoy. But on the same hand, you could have, someone with an intensive agricultural industry right next door to you that would impact your amenity as well. And I think we have a beautiful region, and allowing landholders to diversify a little bit. I mean, the reality is we haven't seen, even though we signalled as an organisation a very long time ago that we were heading in this direction, we haven't seen a massive uptake, probably none, in terms of taking on the 8 sites, because most rural landholders don't want it themselves. It's just a simple option for a very minute percentage of our region that may want to utilise this facility to diversify their income. And I think our region is a wonderful region to share, and I would ask councillors to support this recommendation. It's a good recommendation for businesses, and Councillor Stewart's exactly right. There are some businesses that invest a lot of money, but should we shut every corner store because the RSL upgraded their facilities? Should we shut every small business because a bigger business has invested more money? No, there needs to be a whole lot of different types of businesses and types of accommodation opportunities in our region to draw more people in. And I, again, encourage councillors to support the recommendation. Councillor Devray, to close.
I think pretty much everything's been said. I will just reiterate what Mayor Hartwood was saying there in reply to Councillor Stewart. There are people that have campgrounds, official campgrounds on their premises. We've also got cafes, and new cafes opening. We don't not allow a new cafe because another one's there. I realise the different sort of criteria, but then most of the ones that have official campsites have a lot more than 8 8 spots, the ones that I've seen anyway. I will say that I have had phone calls about this from people who are supportive. One from the Mary Valley who's interested in doing it. Probably that's 3 people that I know of that are interested. So we're not talking great numbers, but I can't see a problem with it. We're not going to have suddenly like the entire region's going to be filled with caravanners on every property. It's only a few people that will do it, but I think we give them the chance. So I'd ask that you support this. Thank you.
With that, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Polly, Councillor Smerdon, Councillor Hartwig, Councillor Jensen, Councillor Devereux. Against? Councillor Stewart, Councillor Baldock, Councillor Fredman, Councillor Mill. The amendment is successful. Next item. Item 7.6.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I ask Tanya and Simon again to remain. This is about the temporary local planning instrument, the biodiversity.
Mr Mayor, through you. So essentially the report today is to acknowledge that the Minister for Planning has approved the new temporary local planning instrument for biodiversity, and effectively that allows council now the opportunity to adopt it, and it will be with an effective date of the 23rd of February 2024. The current biodiversity temporary local planning instrument lapses on the 24th of February 2024. So this one comes in the day before, we have no gap, and essentially the logic being that this new temporary planning instrument would tide us over until the new planning scheme's in place.
Any questions, councillors? Have a recommendation there before us. Is someone to move? Councillor Mills, Councillor Stewart second, Councillor Mills speak.
It's good that we got such a quick turnaround from the state on this one, so we can not have a gap and there's no doubt zone. It is just extending what we already have put in place and agreed to put in place, and it does fit the state planning policy, and it does fulfil some of the gaps that we have in our current planning scheme. So I'm happy to have this go through.
Councillor Stewart.
Mr Mayor, this temporary planning instrument is about maintaining our beautiful region, and so I'm happy to support it.
2 speakers for the recommendation. Are any speakers against? Any other speakers for? Councillor Fredman.
I speak for this recommendation, Mr Mayor. This is about koalas, and yeah, if it creates a suburb on south side, Koalaville we'll call it, that's all well and good. In my opinion, it's not just about koalas, even though the policy says that. It should be about all creatures, great and small, providing they're indigenous. And I think that means that people are going to have to live with that. So, as well as the cute animals like koalas and possums, this is also about goannas, flying foxes, dingoes. All indigenous animals should have a right accordingly, and this will facilitate that, so I support it.
Any other speakers for or against? Councillor Mills to close.
Just reflecting on what Councillor Fredman just said, and in the Minister's correspondence, we are experiencing significant pressure for development and growth, and by having this TLPI mechanism in place, it will alleviate the risk of serious adverse environmental impacts in the Gympie region, which I think we're posed to be in a good spot to actually have that balance that we do need to have through that development, where South East Queensland may not have had that opportunity. So,
Then we'll go to the vote, councillors. All those in favour? Against? Carry. Thank you. Item 7.7, Park and Memorial Quest.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So I'm joined by Tanya and Aaron Wheatley, Coordinator Urban Design. This report provides an update, seeks a resolution on the memorial and place name request in honour of Levi Henner. The request for a memorial seat at Mullins Creek Park and the naming of the culvert on Window Road at Kanina has previously been discussed with councillors in the workshop. Further consultation with the family has been ongoing since this time, as well as external consultation with immediate residents of Window Road. Whilst the proposal technically may not meet requirements as outlined in section 4.3 naming principles of the naming of council facilities policy document, section 4.4 states that council reserves the right to name or rename facilities at its discretion in accordance with that policy. Over to you. Anything else to?
Through Mr. Mayor, not a lot more to add from us, but Erin does have an update on the consultation which was closed at the weekend.
That's right. So the consultation closed on Sunday. We received four phone calls in support of the recommendation.
Any questions, councillors? Have a recommendation there before us. Someone to move? Councillor Jensen, Councillor Devereux to second. Councillor Jensen to speak.
It was a tragedy, what happened to young Levi. I think this is a wonderful thing for the family. Everyone knows how I feel about memorials. I think they're a wonderful thing that we can remember our people that we lose in our region. Happy to support it.
Councillor Devereux?
I too, and I appreciate the fact that we are seeing stuff being named for people around our region again, because I think it's important for a region to have those connections, and the stories are tragic but interesting to future generations. And I support 100% response from the public in support. So wonderful, thank you.
2 speakers for the recommendation. Any speakers against? Any speakers for? Just like to speak for the recommendation. I had the privilege of meeting Levi's parents and was impressed with the calibre of the young man. I'd never met him before, but he wasn't one of these, iPad or device individuals. He was out fishing at this crossing or fishing in his dam and catching them and releasing them and swapping them from the dam back to this area. And I think even though this may not comply with our policy, I think people are far more important than policy. And there was a large community outpouring of grief when Levi passed away, and this is an appropriate recognition of an individual that even at a young age had an impact on the people that were around him. I think he was a fine example of a young man that didn't get caught up in the modern technology of the world, still had a part to play with nature. So I'm very grateful this has come to council, and I'd ask councillors to support this recommendation. Councillor Jensen to close.
Nothing more to add.
With that, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Item 7.8, Community Grants Program Environment. And over to you again, Mr. Poe.
Thank you. I'm going to be joined by Nicole Harper, Senior Officer Community Development, and Alex Stengel, the Manager Environment and Resource Recovery. For background, prior to 2022, the Community Group Environment Levy Grants Program provided an annual grant scheme funded through the Environment Levy budget. With the removal of the levy from council's rates, the environment grant funding was subsequently budgeted for and incorporated into the Community Grants Program 22-23. At the ordinary council meeting of 25th of October, officers confirmed that under the grant program, only 2 of the 5 major environment category applications were successful, and that the current guidelines actually prohibit the funding of ongoing programs. Officers noted that this may not be achieving council's intent of supporting initiatives that improve environmental outcomes in the region. On that basis, officers undertook to review the guidelines, consult with stakeholders, and present options back to council at this particular meeting. Under section 1 of the council endorsed community grants policy, council may establish additional grant categories to respond to emerging community needs or issues. In accordance with this policy, officers proposed a pilot environment program grant category to respond to emerging needs and issues as outlined in this report. Consultation with environment groups has occurred. If adopted by council resolution, this particular round would open on the 15th of December 2023 and close on the 14th of January 2024. This timeframe would enable assessment to be undertaken with council reviewing successful environment program grants at the council ordinary meeting on 24th of January prior to caretaker period. Happy to take the report and no questions.
Any questions, councillors? Councillor Miller?
Just wanting reassurance that I did note in the report there has been consultation with the, some of the NRM groups had members that are able to attend, all those concerns that we were through the grant round where they were ineligible on the projects that may have applied for, or there could be additional, we don't know. That is all being tied up into these new guidelines, so those ongoing projects, those support projects for, you know, animals and stuff like that, it is acceptable within these guidelines. There's nothing that would prevent anything else.
That's our understanding, Councillor.
Any other questions, councillors? We have a recommendation there. Is there someone to move? Councillor Stewart, Councillor Miller to second. Councillor Stewart to speak.
Mr Mayor, I guess part of the history is that we didn't, in the previous council, we didn't properly monitor, approve the Environment Grants Program early in this term. We became too restrictive and timeframes were ridiculously short. So it's good that we've listened to the environment groups and also assessed how things are going with the environment grant program, and so this should make it work a lot better. So many environment programs are not short term, they're long term, and they need a longer term funding. So I think it'd be a great improvement.
Councillor Miller.
It's no secret that I'm a supporter of our groups. They do protect something that can't speak for themselves. It's our wildlife and our plants, our biodiversity and river systems. I do reflect back on when we first did come into council, where it seems like these groups have been on a journey for grant funding. They're not out for a handout. They're actually here to do a lot of our work that we have in our own strategies. So I'm really encouraged by the efforts of staff that have gone to quickly react to what seems to be a policy gap that we had, to enable that these guys didn't really have too much of a gap in their programs or their services that they do provide to us. So I'm really happy that we've actually got this come to us so quickly, and I encourage everyone to endorse so we can actually get this out ASAP.
2 speakers for the recommendation. Any speakers against? The speakers for. Councillor Stewart to close.
Mr Mayor, it is actually good the speed at which staff have come back to us, given that it was only in October, I think, that concerns were raised about the program. So thank you very much for that, and I'm happy to move this recommendation.
Then we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carry. Thank you. Thank you, Mr Parker and staff. Item 8.1, new leading give you 8 ball. I believe Councillor Devro a declaration in relation to 8.1.
Thank you. I have let me get this right, a declarable conflict of interest. I would like to stay in the room, but I think it's something that I just feel better if I mention it. So I was involved with the 8 ball in looking for options and so forth fairly intensively. I think they were messaging me every couple of days. And I just think with so much interaction, I felt like it's something that I should perhaps mention to the group and just see if you're happy for me to stay in the room.
So you were fulfilling your role as a councillor?
I do understand that.
And you're making
well, there was an additional, you know, as far as the grants are concerned, in saying, you know, you can go to a grant writer and this is someone that was
so
at
that's
the meeting.
normal advice that a council would give to any community organisation or group?
Then vote for me to stay and I'll be very, very happy.
We're in a world of when a councillor doing their normal job feels they need to make a declaration. Councillor Devro has made a declaration. He would like to stay in the room. Is there someone to move? Councillor Milne, Councillor Jensen second. Councillor Milne to speak.
It is our role as councillors to align groups with council, and Councillor Devro may have been more heavily involved in that alignment, so I appreciate him making the declaration. However, I do not believe it would have influenced anything, and we'll be reading the report as written. So I'm happy to have him stay in the room.
Councillor Jensen.
Yeah, nothing. I'm happy to stay.
Any other speakers before we go to the vote? All those in favour of Councillor Debro remaining in the room? Against? Abstained?
Thank you.
You're continuing to do your normal work as a councillor.
I will do, thank you.
I'll hand over to you, Mr O'Brien.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. Councillors, the report in front of you is just a new lease that's being proposed for the Oakville Association, 33 Cartwright Road. We'll take the report as being read. If you've got any questions with regards to the report. So.
Any questions, councillors? Pretty straightforward. Councillor Stewart.
Just on a clarification, it's just the green area that's on the map, that's the area, not the whole.
Yes.
There's no building there. There's nothing there at the moment.
Yeah, they've got a building.
They're going to build.
There are some pegs.
Any other questions? Questions, councillors? We have a recommendation there. Is there someone to move?
Oh.
Councillor Stewart, someone to second. Councillor Wardock, Councillor Stewart to speak.
Oh, it's good the group is moving on and developing another great activity for people in the community, so I'm happy to move.
Councillor Wardock.
Yeah, this organisation's been jumping around the place looking for venues for their pool tables. And if anyone knows what it takes to move a pool table, let alone several of them, it's pretty hard. So these guys have their own home, they can stay put. It's fantastic. Happy to second.
Two speakers for the recommendation. Any speakers against? Any other speakers for? Councillor Milne.
I'd just like to say congratulations to the actual club itself. They did have a licence to do due diligence, have done that, secured funding, worked with state, and now it's to the lease stage. So we are confident that this is actually going to happen and move forward, and they've done a really good job to get all that happen in the 12-month period. So very happy to support them.
Any other speakers for and against? Councillor Stewart to close.
Nothing further to add.
With that, we will go to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carrying. Thank you.
Oh, we combined those.
That's just.
Oh, that was just for one. I thought you combined them. Sorry.
Yeah, I thought it was
No, I thought they combined. Apologies.
Move on to item 8.2.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Through yourself, this councillors, this is actually the follow through in relation to the report last month as far as the construction of the new sewage pump station. It's the disposal of the land next to the shopping centre. Again, we'll take this report as being read. Mr Mayor, if there's any questions.
Questions, councillors? We have a recommendation there. Is there someone to move? Councillor Devro, someone to second. Councillor Smoot, Councillor Devro to speak.
I'm really pleased that we're going ahead with this. I think there's been a few problems there with that particular spot and the smell and so forth, and I just think it's going to be a great solution, and I look forward to it happening.
Councillor Smoot.
Okay, Councillor Devro's sentiments. It's just a way of cleaning up a dirty little corner we've had there for a while. So happy to second.
Two speakers for the recommendation. Any speakers against? Any other speakers for? Councillor Devro to close.
It's great to see the organisation improving things with our basic infrastructure, which this is. It's a lot of money to do each of these things, so it's important that we get it right, and I think this is getting it right. So well done to staff, and I encourage everyone to vote for it.
That will go to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Item 8.3, the Jane Street, or what used to be the Jane Street Carrier Park. Hand over to Mr. O'Brien.
Mr Mayor, again, we'll take this report as being read, but if I can just ask Ms Cummings to give us a little bit of detailed information with regards to this part.
Mr Mayor, the Department of Housing are keen to re-enter into a 10-year lease term. However, through that term, they're hoping to have the reserve transferred over to themselves through the state government. That is a very long process, as we know, can take a few years to happen. So while that's happening, they're keen to get back in and have a new lease. And they're, staff, recommendation is that they are in the best position to manage that site. And therefore, we consider it appropriate to extend their lease term.
Any questions, councillors? Councillor Polly?
So one of the things I noticed when I first came to council was there were rental leases all over the place, and we seem to have settled on $130 for everybody. So, I mean, not being picky, but these guys are $1. Why aren't they just the same as everybody else? Even though maybe a moot question in a few years' time, but it's the state. But are they special?
Don't look up. Okay. Don't put the hand in the creature.
We want them on side.
Come on, it's $129.
Any other questions, councillors?
Politics. Nobody took my question.
Might just combine all these recommendations as well. Everyone go unless there's a requirement to do them individually. There is there, or there's not? No,
We do them separately, but then they.
Option offers a pen rather than.
It's separated.
Yes.
Someone to move? Councillor Devro, Councillor Smyrna a second. Councillor Devro to speak.
Thank you. I appreciate this facility so much, given our current situation. The fact that it is so utilised, so busy, just says that we've got a tremendous need in our area for it. So to take it back, while it might be tempting with all that great infrastructure, I don't think it's the right thing to do. More than happy to support them in all the work they're doing there. Thank you.
Councillor Smyrna.
Yeah, I think the department's doing a great job. There was a specific need there and they filled that. And I'm happy to second.
2 speakers for the recommendation, any speakers against, and speakers for. Councillor Stewart.
Mr Mayor is one who fairly regularly goes to Housing and Homelessness Forum in Gympie. I know how much people in that area working with homeless people and people finding difficulty housing really appreciate what has happened at James Street, and it's gone from being a decrepit caravan park to being a place that's really nice for people to live in, even saying it's sort of short to medium term. So I'm very happy to vote for this.
I'd like to speak in support of the recommendation and echo Councillor Stewart's sentiments that the James Street Caravan Park was a minefield of asbestos, electrical and plumbing issues and other safety issues for residents there. This outcome not only deals with a number of different housing issues, but is a long-term commitment from the state in terms of staffing as well, to have representation so we can get adequate urgent housing needs met for members of our region. I think this is a wonderful outcome. It's been a great collaboration between council and the state, and I'd encourage councillors to support the recommendation that's there. Councillor Devro to close.
Nothing further to add. Thank you.
With that, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Item 8.4, voluntary home buyback program. Mr. O'Byrne.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through yourself here, look, this is basically noting with regards to the voluntary home buyback program where we're at in relation to property acquisition and numbers. There's a total of 19 homeowners that have currently entered into contracts, with 5 of those already having been removed. There's a total of 40 on the books at the moment with regards to homes that will be coming through this system and this program, with potentially more from more interest being generated through the government. I will note specifically that, as we've talked about previously, we will be bringing a further report to council in relation to how we're actually going to manage these properties from a utilisation point of view and a maintenance point of view. So that report will be brought to council at a future date.
Any questions, councillors? Councillor Devro.
Thank you. Through the Mayor, we are very limited in what we can use these properties for, aren't we?
Correct. Yes. It is a challenge in relation to what value add we can actually get out of these properties, and how indeed we actually maintain them as well.
Lovely, thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? We have a recommendation there. Is there someone to move? Councillor Stewart, someone to second. Councillor Devereux. Councillor Stewart to speak.
With well over half the properties in my division, and knowing I've had some residents contact me about them, and hopefully one, never know, might buy the neighbouring property out. But it is an important issue. It could involve us having to maintain a fair bit more property. So hopefully we can avoid that, but it's just reality that we don't want people being flooded all the time either. So happy to move that this first.
Councillor Devereux.
Thank you. Again, this is state government stepping up and doing stuff locally for us that I think is really important. I think getting some of these properties, getting people out of the properties, getting rid of the properties so that we don't have people caught in those situations is really important. There are some houses, when I first came to Gympie, first saw my flood and I thought, why on earth do we have a house there still? And now we don't in a few cases, particularly around 1 Mile. It was always shaking my head. So very, very pleased that the government is doing this and support it.
2 speakers for the recommendation. Any speakers against? The others for. Councillor Credden.
If the state government wasn't doing the paying, I wouldn't support this, Mr Mayor. The fact is, even though these houses flood, I think on average they flood, well, they're usable 364.9 days a year. So there's a reality check here. If it wasn't for the government paying, I would say let's use them for 364.9 days a year. That's what it's mean.
Any other speakers for or against? Councillor Stewart to close.
Nothing further to add, thanks.
That will go to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Item 8.5, proposed trustee renewal for the Tansy Show Society and Polo Cross. I'll hand over to you. Thanks.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. We'll take this report as it's being read. If I can just ask Ms Cummings to provide you a bit more detail in relation to this particular lease renewal.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor, lease for this particular property expires on the 20th of January 2024 and the group has given us their intention to renew that lease. These clubs cater for all levels of ability, from novice right through to the highly experienced and competitive riders that this well utilised. Unfortunately, the complex still has significant works to be completed as part of the Community and Recreational Assets Recovery and Resilience Program that we hope will see finishing in the coming months to re-establish the surfaces out there for the activities. Therefore, we consider it appropriate to offer a further 10-year lease to the groups.
Any questions, councillors? Councillor Smith.
You mentioned the flood damage. That has actually been started now.
Through you, Mr Mayor, Mr French was out there yesterday.
Yes.
Visiting on site with DTIS and the groups, just talking through the works that are going to be commenced shortly.
So it hasn't been commenced as yet?
Not as yet, I'm aware of. Is that correct?
No.
Perhaps we could just, it's a bit off topic.
I know it is a little bit, but I just
perhaps
want
we
to
could just get an
clarify.
update on that via email through you, just to see if that's possible, just to understand where those works are at, the flood recovery works for the Polo Crossing.
Yep.
That'd be great.
Take that on board.
Any questions, councillors, in relation to the lease? We have a recommendation there before us. Councillor Smerd to move, someone to second. Councillor Devereux, Councillor Smerd to speak.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This is a very strong club. Apparently it's one of the strongest clubs in Queensland. They do a great job out there. I would really like to see the flood damage repaired soon for their benefit. But I'm very happy to move that this continues.
Councillor Devereux.
Councillor Jensen took me out to the Tansy Showgrounds fairly early on in our tenure, and I was very grateful for it because what a fantastic bit of infrastructure we've got out there. and in an area where there's not a lot else. So more than happy to support this and support the locals out there.
Two speakers for the recommendation, any speakers against? The other speakers for. Councillor Smith to close.
Happy to move.
With that, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Item 8.6, proposed trustee lease renewal for the Tincan Bay Tennis Club. Over to you, Mr. Evans.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Again, this is actually just a lease renewal for one of the local community sporting clubs. If I can just ask Ms Cummins again to provide a little bit more detail in relation to this particular renewal.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor, this lease expires in March 2024. The Tincan Bay Tennis Club are a very proactive club and an important footprint in the sporting world at Tincan Bay down there. They offer the courts available for day and night use. They open a warm invitation to all the residents and visitors alike. They're a very inclusive club, no matter what your ability to play, and we're very happy to recommend a further 10-year lease for this group.
Any questions, councillors? Someone to move? Councillor Smoot, Councillor Mills the second. Councillor Smoot to speak.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This is a very strong tennis club. From what I've seen, they're keen members who play quite often. They look after the site very, very well, and I'm very happy to move this.
Councillor Mills?
Just furthering on, they are a very strong club. I know they've done some recent refurbishments of the courts themselves, resurfacing. I even know the Cockatoos have taken a liking to it. They've even tried to mitigate that. It is a well utilised facility. I do see it used quite a lot, and the Tiny Towers tournament is starting to gain momentum. And I'm going to have a go one day, so it'd be good to see it still going.
Two speakers for the recommendation. Any speakers against? The other speakers for. Councillor Smoot to close.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. As yet, I'm not a member of the club. I haven't been invited to become a member, so therefore I can move and vote on this particular item, so I'm happy to move. Thank you.
That will go to the vote. All those in favour? Yes, carried. Thank you. We have the last item in Council 8.7, the DRFA program, construction package roads. It's been an exciting item for you, Mr O'Byrne.
Oh, it is, Mr Mayor.
All of us. More exciting for the motorists.
I'm bubbling. Very expensive, bubbling. Through you, Mr Mayor, this is the final major construction package that we're about to undertake for the DRFA program. The actual, where it places at the moment is that we've only got one more contract to actually go out to tender for and let. So this is the penultimate one. Basically, the last contract only represents 1.5% of the remaining work. So with the award of this contract, it will mean that the absolute majority of the flood recovery works has been underway. So it's a great achievement from the team that's been undertaking this work. A fairly straightforward tendering process, Mr Mayor, with the recommendation in front of you to appoint Durac as the successful contractor.
Question, Councillor Smith.
Mr O'Byrne, have you got any idea of the percentage of flood works that have actually been completed at this stage?
I think the percentage it sits at around about 30%.
And dollar value of that? About 30 mil?
The total value is approaching 40 million.
Oh, okay. I thought it was
40 million
was close to 90.
Sorry?
I thought the whole package was close to 90, but that must include a lot of other.
Oh, sorry, Mr Deputy, you were asking about the total value of the contracts. Total value it's approaching 100 mil at the moment, the total value of the contracts. And with the award of the or the letting of the next final tender, we're anticipating it going to tip over the 100 mil, maybe about 110 mil worth of work. So a substantial amount of work for the community.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Deborah.
Thank you. Through the Mayor, when we first came into these roles at the beginning of this term, there was a report which basically said the roads were sitting at 26 years in...
For resurfacing.
Yeah. And I was wondering, and I realise this will probably have to be taken on notice, with all this work that's being done in the flood work, and our crews basically going out and doing the normal work as well generally, so we're contracting out a lot of this, how much of an improvement do you think we're making on the overall maintenance of the roads, the quality of the roads in the region?
Look, I will take that on notice to get back to you with some actual data, if you like, some quantifiable data. But what I can say is that with the flood recovery works we're undertaking, it's taking the roads, obviously from this standard back to their original asset standard. So that is actually encompassing like some of the maintenance work, business as usual works that we would have otherwise undertaken on that road network. But I will also qualify that statement by saying that, as we've discussed before, there is a backlog, if you like, of maintenance work that we're undertaking as well. Yes. So we are still slightly behind the eight ball, and we're catching that up. But I will come back to you with some concrete data, if you like.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions, Councillor Smith?
As we know, we have a number of contractors doing some of this work. Have we got an independent assessor that's actually going around making sure that all the work is done to a certain standard? Or?
Yes, we have. Yeah, we have. I think right at the moment we've got a team of seven inspectors that are actually out inspecting the road works being undertaken by both Brown's Contracting and also Duke at the moment. And what I can actually say is that the majority of those works have actually been delivered to standard, but there are some elements, as with any contract, where we've detected some defects, and the contractors have to go back and fix those defects within the contract period.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Moon?
Just an understanding, because I don't understand a lot of this stuff, but the separable portions, I notice the roads are everywhere. I'm assuming that those separable ports are different types of road work that require a each road, or are they the same type of stuff? I'm just trying to understand, because it was so spread to some of the roads.
It's a combination of separable portion in relation to the actual style of work need to be done, but also geographically where they're located.
Any other questions, councillors? Bundled those two recommendations into one. Is there someone to move? Councillor Fredman, Councillor Spurden to second. Councillor Fredman to speak.
It's a horrible amount of money, Mr Mayor, in a heated market. But A, we're not paying for it. B, you have to bear in mind that theoretically it only brings our road back to the condition before the weather event. So in the long term, this is the story of Gympie. We have floods. We have lots of road damage, we pick up, and we're back to square one. The reality, I suppose, is that it's critical we get into this, despite, as I say, my reservations about the cost. We've got no option. We have to get going fast. So go for it.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I agree totally with Councillor Fredman. It's good to see that we are finally getting through all this process. I think not through our own fault, but it has dragged on to some degree, waiting for approval from the relevant authorities, but we are getting there now, and it's hit the ground running, and get it done as soon as we can would be good.
Two speakers for the recommendation. Any speakers against? No speakers for. Councillor Stewart.
A couple of things, Mr Mayor. As Councillor Fredman pointed out, it theoretically brings it back to our standard of roads, back to what it was. The reference to 26 years before was that we were resealing roads every 26 years, where we should be doing about every 15. And so hopefully we are looking at our reseal program to make sure we're doing them roughly every 15, or whatever's needed. The second thing is, I'm really happy we're going out to contract. In my eyes, we made a mistake previously of not going out to contract for doing flood road repairs, and we got horribly behind in our gravel road maintenance, and that's what we're still trying to catch up with, I believe. So just one situation where we do need to get out of contract, otherwise we'll get behind in our other works. So thank you.
And speakers for or against? Councillor Mel.
Well, I'm really happy to see some of these roads on these lists, and one drain in particular has been very highly anticipated to see when it's actually going to get done. Even though these are getting allocated a contractor, may still be some lag time in delivering them, but it's really exciting that we're having them finally go through, because there is community angst about when or is it being considered and what's happening. So this final large package of a long, drawn-out process is exciting to see come to us finally for endorsements, and I'm hoping everyone supports this. We can actually get it on the ground, get it happening. And I did note that if there is some other complementary works, and I believe the team are looking at it to do at the same time, it will be closely monitored, and if we can maximise the opportunity of the works on these roads, thank you.
Any other speakers for or against? I just want to speak for the recommendation and just pass on my appreciation to staff. Mr Ahern, I'm well aware of the amount of work that they've had to do just to get the funding, the cumbersome obstacles that have been placed in the staff's way to get this allocated funding so we could go out to tender, and the work they've done to sort of serve the community and making sure that we do get the appropriate level of funding and try to get it in a timely manner. I know there's been a lot of frustrations in that space, but I'm well aware of what the team have done to make this happen. I'm very, very grateful for their determination to continue to push through those obstacles so we get an appropriate allocation rather than the slapback amount that we often got when we made the initial submission. So very happy to see this come to fruition, and look forward to our roads being brought back to the standard they were before the flood. Councillor Fredman to close.
Nothing more to add.
With that, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. We might break for lunch, councillors.
Mr Mayor?
Yes. Oh, sorry. Before we do that, we have a portfolio council report from Councillor Fredman.
I hear a comment on my right that this is an unusual thing. As councillors, as portfolio councillor for Division 8, the Mary Valley, I'd like to draw everyone's attention. This milk has been produced in the Mary Valley by Mr Dick Schroeder. He's employed 20 people for 20 years making this milk, and it closes tomorrow. This is an end of an era. It's the best milk in Queensland, if not further. Any good coffee shop down the Sunshine Coast will tell you this is the milk they use. So rush out, buy your supplies, because you won't see it again. The only other comment I've got is that Mr Schroeder always says that his milk was produced at Dagan. I'd like to clarify that. The factory is at Gildura. So over 20 years, I've never been able to convince him to put the right label on, but nonetheless, go and grab it. It's about to become extinct. That's my portfolio report, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Fredman. We might break for lunch, councillors, and be back for the in-committee items, say around 12:30. Does that work? Yep. Great. Thank you.
Oh, yes. Got so excited.
Dismissed.
Welcome back, councillors. You've had a number of committee items here to go through. Someone to move that we go in committee. Councillor Jensen, Councillor Smurden second. All those in favour? Carried. Thank you. Can we just shut that door, please? Yep, great, thank you. Councillor Smoot's recommendation there. Moved Councillor Smoot and second Councillor Jensen. All those in favour?
Procedural point of order. You have to do the first.
There's no seconder.
You haven't taken the vote in open council.
But there is no seconder. There's no seconder to take a vote. There's no seconder.
Yeah, but then it lapses and then we move into the next item of business. So, sorry.
No.
So point of order, 19.2 is we move to the next item of business. That's the standing orders.
But that